Welcome, I'm Paul, this is Dave. You're watching my monthly compilation for the month of October, spooky month. These are of course fantastic to fall asleep to, or just to enjoy the stories, yeah. No Midroll ads as always for these, so enjoy, relax. Don't forget to like the video first though if you don't mind. Leave a comment, all that good stuff. Alright, and happy Halloween everyone. I kinda want to dress as a skeleton, but it's what I dressed as a kid or a teenager. When was the last time I went trick-or-treating? I don't recall. I think it was 12 or 13. Case file number 3056, written by Corvette. Running in circles, falling through worlds. So this happened when I went to my late friend's house for the first time. Cancer took her. It was an apartment complex, so it had stairs on both ends of the floors, like interconnected on each floor. I hope y'all get it. Remember this for later. We were like 9 or 10 years old, and it was her birthday, and so Mai and her parents were chit-chatting and she said, "Want to do something cool?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, what is it?" And she takes me out at her house door, and she tells me that if you go on one end of the stairs, since there were two, go down one floor, then from that floor you run to the other end and again climb up the stairs, you'll be on the same floor as you are. So basically a loop. But as we were small and dumb, I felt it was some sort of magic, and we literally ran in loops for like 6 or 7 times, and then we came back. Now, after a while, her mom sent her to get something from the grocery store, and she just dashed away, and I was like, "I want to join you too," but my mom said, "No, don't go." But still, I ran to her, but I missed her, she was already gone. So then, stupid me thought, why not do the loop thing again? I was alone this time. Now this is where the weird thing happened. I ran down a floor, ran to the other end, and now I ran up a floor. So I should be on the floor where my friend's apartment was. But no, I was on a completely different floor. It was all dim, yes, the whole floor was dark. Very little light. And let me tell you, it was a sunny noon that day. So now I was scared because I was not familiar with that place. I was alone, and it was dark. I stood there for like 5 minutes, confused and scared. But then I thought I should get help. So there was an apartment. I knocked on the door. No one answered. I knocked a second time. Still no answers. So I thought, let's go down the stairs of the other end as usual. Maybe I'll just reach there. But no, I was getting more lost. So I went back to the empty dark floor, and I was scared to my core. Then I don't know what clicked in my mind. I thought, let's just reverse my steps. And I just went to the stairs I came from and somehow ended up to the floor where my friend's apartment was, on the verge to cry, and straight up ran to my mom, and the ride back home was silent. Still to this day, I don't know where did that floor come from. How come no one was there? And to be honest, it was unreal, and I remember this very vividly. Never shared this with anyone, but those stairs were not normal. So the whole Penrose stairs kind of thing is interesting. The geometry we perceive in 3 dimensions, well 4 if you include time, probably not the entire gamut of all dimensions in the universe. Now we're not even talking about multiverse events here, we're just talking about different dimensions, but if you factor in the multiverse too, well maybe these higher dimensions, it's almost like those fish, where if you're in a pond, some people experiment with fish where they have a elevated platform that is filled with water that fish can swim up into, and then they can see into a different world that they have absolutely no prior perception of, or they can't even conceive of it. And so maybe we sometimes get glimpses of it, like maybe aliens are giving us this opportunity like we give to fish, where we are just, in other ways, completely limited to an extent that where we can't even process a limitation. It's like if you're cheating on a test, or someone gives you the answer, but even with the answer, you can't comprehend it. I hope we're not that limited, but it's possible. This whole dimensional stuff, our perception, our brains simply aren't wired for it. Case file number 3057, written by Mr. Massachusetts, The Presence of Absence. I took a small fishing trip this weekend with 4 lifelong friends, all of us in our 50s. We stayed at my boss's house, somewhere I've stayed many times before, and it was just us. We spent most of the time eating, drinking, fishing, and playing poker. Early on the first night, I kept feeling that someone was missing. I couldn't put my finger on it. It wasn't as though a specific person was supposed to be there and wasn't. It felt more as if someone was there but somehow absent. The feeling came on randomly. I'd be sitting there, looking around my friends and counting, always just the 5 of us. By the second night, the sense that someone was missing became overwhelming. I finally mentioned it to the group. One friend turned white and said, "I can't believe you just said that. I've had the same feeling all weekend." Another admitted he had been counting heads more than once because he felt someone wasn't there at certain times. The other 2 didn't feel it at first, but as we talked, one of them began noticing the same strange, missing friend sensation. The 5th friend said he never experienced it. None of us are especially religious or inclined toward the paranormal, but we wondered if it might be the spirit of a friend who passed away a few years ago, though that seemed unlikely, since he never liked fishing. We also considered that it could be one of our fathers, since all of our dads have died. Mostly we were just trying to make sense of it. I don't believe in an afterlife, so I brought up the simulation theory and suggested, half-jokingly, that the system had temporarily removed one of our close friends for some reason. My friends thought that idea was worse than ghosts. I've had this feeling before too. Just in a sense of having a sibling that I don't have. Maybe it is related to the multiverse in that if you're in a universe where something is different than the average version of yourself across all universes, you may get a sense that something is missing. And it might just be that in this particular universe, your group of friends, they all are averaging into a lower end of the bell curve, where this reality is unusual because usually there is a 6th friend in the group, but here there just isn't. And you all get that sense, because maybe we are all, to some extent, connected to all their copies of ourselves in all the other universes, almost like quantum entanglement, but across the multiverse. I like that theory. Pure speculation as always, but I like it. Case file number 3058, written by Human Issue 3652, The Road of Colors. My sister and I were driving behind a pickup truck on a 2-lane road. I remember thinking it looked like Trevor's truck from GTA 5. Random habit, he's my favorite character. The truck came to a slow down to turn left, blinker on, and about halfway through, there was what sounded like a giant explosion. We thought a tire must have popped. My car got hit by some debris, so we pulled over to wait for the cops. While waiting, my sister observed the scene and said she thought it was a hit and run because the red truck was nowhere to be seen. Cops came to our car eventually and told us the truck had hit a motorcycle. This part also confuses me because I'm a pretty attentive driver and never heard or saw a motorcycle until the crash, but I can accept that maybe I just missed it. The really confusing part is when my sister curiously asked the cop if the driver of the truck was still here, and he said yes, and pointed to a navy blue pickup truck. Same exact model, just blue. Both me and my sister were pretty confused, but we just gave our statement and moved on. I think the clue is the motorcycle. I don't think you just missed it. It just wasn't there until you transitioned universes. Maybe you both got into a crash as well, and were ported over to a new universe. One where the truck ahead was blue instead of red. Unsurprising to no one, quantum immortality is probably my favorite glitch, so to say. Glitch in air quotes. Case file number 3059, written by NarrowAd345, The Lemon Sanitizer Paradox. Earlier today, my friend picked me up for a day out with our kids. We went out for ice cream and took our kids to the park. I have a Bath & Body Works hand sanitizer attached to my purse. It's in one of the holders and attached with a hook type thing. If you are familiar with the little Bath & Body Works sanitizers, you might know what I'm talking about. The one I have is lemon scented and it's a lotion base to help moisturize. Before we left the park, I shared my sanitizer with my friend and she made a comment about it, saying she had never seen a lotion type sanitizer before and she really liked the smell of it. We then left the park and packed up in our car for her to take us home. I should add that I sat in the back with the kids. She was in the passenger seat and her boyfriend was driving. When she got home, after dropping us off, She messaged me saying my sanitizer fell out of the holder and onto her seat. She sent me a picture of her holding it, saying she'll give it back to me. I informed her she could keep it because I have 4 other refills. I went to my closet to grab a new one, all of which are different scents. I like to buy all different scents when I go shopping for these. I grabbed a new one, walked to my purse, went to replace it, and noticed the lemon one my friend claimed fell out in her car was still there. So of course I told her I still have it, and we both got weirded out. She swears no one else in her car would have had it, and it definitely wasn't there before I was. And I swear I only had one. I didn't bring a second one, and like I said, I always get all different scents, so that lemon one was the only one I had. She even said that the one she found wasn't new, it was used. We are convinced there was a glitch in a parallel universe or something. Case file number 3060, written by C. Ganache, 6943. The sunglasses without an owner. My family and I were at a Renaissance festival a few weeks ago. We stepped into a shop. My husband and son were walking a few steps ahead of my daughter and I. There was a long table with merchandise that my daughter and I stopped to look at. 2 other women were looking at the things on the table too. My husband and son kept walking to the other end of the shop. As my daughter and I looked at the items on the table, something clattered to the floor behind and to the right of me. I thought one of the ladies dropped something and went to pick it up. It was a pair of sunglasses, and they looked like my husband's. I scooped them up and called out to my husband that he dropped his sunglasses. He turns around and is wearing his sunglasses. Shocked, I asked the ladies next to me if they were theirs. They said no. My husband walked over and examined them. They were almost, but not quite, identical to his Oakley sunglasses. The arm was slightly thinner. An employee took them outside the shop to see if anyone out there had dropped them. No one claimed them. No one else was around when they fell, though. It was as if they dropped out of thin air. It was really unsettling. We joked that my husband, in another universe, is mystified as to where his sunglasses disappeared to. I had suggested to try the sunglasses on to see if they were the same prescription, but an employee had already put them away somewhere. Honestly, I think you got it nailed perfectly. The copy of your husband in a different universe lost their sunglasses and they were ported over here. When a DOP event is not buffered by a return event, it's probably that the item was just coded into the wrong universe accidentally. And that also explains why they're slightly different. They probably would be. And I was also thinking about the Voynich manuscript in relation to items that are appearing from different universes. Well, this, if you don't know, it's a book filled with designs of plants and animals and a language that doesn't exist in our history as far as we know. The curious thing is, you might say, it's just a prank from, hundreds of years ago where people were just making fun, People will find this and think, whoa, is this aliens or something? No, the language has all the structure of a real language. The proper grammar, syntax, repeating words like the and stuff like that, things that you would find commonly in a language. So if it was fake, it's almost like they had to recruit Tolkien to invent a new language in proper grammar and syntax and everything where the rules make sense. And not to mention all the drawings and designs of it. It's a hell of a prank if it was, but I think it's just a manuscript from a different universe. A very distant one, probably. Case file number 3061, written by Chicken Soup Juice. Short hair, cigarettes, and forever watching. As a kid, I had a lot of dreams that would come true and weird encounters. I still do, but not nearly as frequently or as intense. I ended up with a deck of tarot cards at about 9 years old. I still use the exact ones, but I have never formally memorized meanings or specific rules or anything. I just go off intuition, basically. There have been many things I have experienced since then that have led me to believe in them. Like this. I was invited to a sleepover at about 12. I had just entered middle school and made friends with a girl. She came from a different elementary school, and so did her friends. I only knew her at the party, and that was still pretty fresh. Once we settled into the host room for the night, I started to read this girl's cards. I immediately got the idea that someone in her life was deceased. I was describing the woman I imagined as not her mother, not her aunt, and almost in between those. Not related to her, but very important, like a guardian. Everyone in the room reacted with shock, but no one would say anything. What made this different from other experiences is that I began to feel my entire body fill with the warmth. It felt like someone was hugging me. I almost wanted to cry and had goosebumps. It scared the crap out of me. In this moment, I also developed a clear mental image of the person who I could describe down to the short, blonde haircut, cigarette smell, etc. I could almost smell perfume and cigarettes. I just felt this glowing energy, like I was being taken over. I had such a clear mental image of this woman, but the sensations were completely new to me and scary. I passed the message on to the girl that she was very loved and being watched over. The girls told me immediately that everything I described was accurate, as they all grew together. The girl's mother had a long-time girlfriend who had recently passed. It turned out her mother was a local psychic, and she wanted to meet me the next morning, and she didn't seem upset about the encounter at all. Case File 3062, written by CG-HJ, The Remote That Mocked Me. I sat down on a couch to watch the final episode of Terminator Sarah Connor Chronicles, and when the show was done, I reached for the remote to turn the television off, and it was gone. I had not gotten up from the couch during the show or done anything else, so the remote theoretically should have been within arm's reach. I cleaned everything. I looked everywhere, places they couldn't possibly be. The entire living room, under cushions, on the couch, everywhere, methodically. 6 months later, after I had already bought a replacement remote, at a party and my house was packed, seriously packed to the top with drunks and people having a great time. Seriously, it was a memorable party for everyone involved. The next morning, I stumbled into the living room, rubbing my eyes, and the remote was placed perfectly, like not just casually dropped, placed perfectly parallel, on the arm of my couch. The most frustrating thing for me is I will never know where it was found. But I can guarantee you that it was found somewhere I had already looked. What the fluck? Case File 3063, written by designer Broccoli 210. A shadow wearing my hair. A couple months ago, I was at my boyfriend's house hanging out, and I took his dog out to potty like I usually do when I'm there. For context, in his backyard, there is a barrier of trees between his yard and the neighbor's yard. I'm watching his dog wander around, and at the tree line, I see a woman. She was standing on my boyfriend's side of the trees, looking down like she was looking at something on the ground. I turned back to the door to tell my boyfriend, who was coming outside shortly after me, about it, but when I looked back, she was gone. My boyfriend said sometimes a neighbor will come into the yard, perhaps to get something that went through the trees or whatever. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. I thought it was strange, but I haven't thought about it since then. Fast forward to yesterday. I'm hanging out at my boyfriend's house again, and we go outside to walk around in the yard. As we're walking around, my boyfriend stops to look at something on his phone, and I keep going, walking towards the same spot I saw the woman. I was looking down at the ground as I was walking, but then I turned to look towards the house, and I saw someone at the back basement door. For a second, I figured it was one of his parents, but then I realized it was me. I saw myself looking at me, then turning back towards the door. I saw myself repeating everything I did that day, the day I saw the woman. It freaked me out so bad that I got a headache and I had to take a nap to calm down. Another detail of the story is when I saw myself the first time, this was a couple months ago, I couldn't make out a face because she had long brown hair that covered it while she was looking down. No one else in the house has long hair except for me, and I had just taken my hair down when we went outside. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I will say that I do sometimes have auditory hallucinations, but I've never had visualizations, and I'm on medication for it. It honestly could be a visual hallucination, but to be in the same scenario twice is a miraculous coincidence. I don't know what happened. I just saw myself. I just need to know that I'm not crazy. It's an interconnected time anomaly. In that particular area, the geography of space-time was contorted, so you could see generally into the future, which is harder to do, but seeing into the past, that's easy. and you were seeing ahead into a probable future. Now this was months ahead, so if you had to examine exactly what the you in that future that you saw versus the real you did, there probably would be minute differences, because I don't believe you can predict the future, especially months out, with perfect accuracy. There's multiple different versions, and that's why we have a multiverse. Every possible thing that can happen does happen, just not all in the same universe. You saw a probable future, and then when you reached that point, you were still connected in space-time, mainly the time part, back to the past just to see, yourself doing the same thing that you were doing back then. It would be trippy as hell, and I kind of want to experience it too, but pretty simple physical explanation. Case file number 3064, written by Paza, Parallel Lunch Break. I was at work between 1 and 2 p.m. when my mom texted me saying she was going to have lunch with my sister. We chatted for a bit until she stopped replying. Later that afternoon, when I got home, she told me the weirdest thing. She said she was in her bedroom. For context, our apartment is laid out like this. When you enter, there's a living room and dining room, then a hallway with the kitchen, my bedroom, my sister's empty bedroom, and finally, my mom's bedroom at the end. From her room, you can only see the hallway. While in her room, she clearly heard my sister come in, the front door opening, keys jingling, the sound of her purse and jacket being dropped on the chair. Even the cats that were sleeping on my mom's bed woke up and ran to greet her, like they do every day. But no one ever walked down the hallway. My mom got up to greet her, but there was no one there. Later, my sister told us that around noon, she had texted my mom about having lunch together. She left her phone on the bed while she went to shower and get ready, but when she came out, her phone was gone. She tore the whole place apart, looking for it, moved the bed, stripped the sheets, and checked every corner. She even used Find My iPhone, but it only showed that it was somewhere in her apartment. She got so frustrated that she ended up calling her boyfriend on Discord from her PC to ask if maybe he had accidentally taken it, but he hadn't. After about an hour of searching and crying, she checked her room one more time, and there it was. The phone was lying right in the middle of the bed, completely in plain sight, as if it had been there the whole time. This freaked me out so much that I joked, maybe the parallel universe version of my sister didn't lose her phone, managed to leave on time, and actually came home for lunch. Case file number 3065, written by PTSD Dreamer 333, 32-64, The Upgrade from Nowhere. So, I've had a ton of this stuff happen over the years. Usually keys, remotes, kitchen gadgets, things I use often, and they all have a place. It's so frustrating. This one, though, was really weird. I'd bought a 5-pack of 32GB flash drives several months before, each one a different color. I placed them on my bookshelf and used one that I tucked away in my computer case. Well, about 8 months came and went, and I needed another one. I had just seen the box a couple of days ago, and when I went to grab one, the box was gone. I did a deep search and they were just gone. Nowhere in the house. I was so frustrated. Then about 1 month later, I was dusting and right there on the shelf was a box of flash drives. Except this box had all 5 in it. They were 64GB, not 32, and just a little different in shape. I grabbed it and ran to my computer case, and the one I had used was still there. You know what would be interesting is if those flash drives didn't work because they were from a different universe, and the architecture of circuit boards and processing nodes and everything might be just so ever so slightly different between universes that they aren't compatible. Even the smallest change can lead to corruption in processing. So maybe not so much with a flash drive, but if you received a different version of a CPU, even a tiny, minute change in a tiny quadrant could make it unworkable. Case file number 3066, written by Unusual Luck 5686, When Order Summoned It Back. So, myself, 20 male, couldn't find my TV remote. I live in the basement and my parents live upstairs. Irritated, I search everywhere for my remote. It cannot be found. Getting a bit pissed off, I ask them if they saw it. They look at me like I'm an idiot. Of course they haven't seen it, and don't care about it. I go back down to my room and tear it apart. The elusive remote can't be found. I'm very particular, so I clean my room, like super cleaned. Vacuum, dusting, carpet deodorizer, the whole nine. No remote. But my room is immaculate, and for that I feel less pissed about the remote. Several hours have passed, and I go back upstairs and announce, I guess it's just gone, silently questioning what the fluck happened to it. They still barely acknowledge my plight. I go back downstairs to enjoy the state of order my room is in, and as soon as I walk in the room, it's sitting in the middle of the floor. Mind you, I had just vacuumed and did everything, and there's no way in hell it just sat there without being noticed. I'm 40 now. This still blows my mind. How? Today's the day of DOP stories, that's for sure. I do like having a whole jumble just thrown at you. Because they never get old, at least to me they don't. Just hearing about things going missing and coming back. It's not going missing is one thing, which has happened to me. But coming back just doesn't happen to me. And to read all these stories where it comes back, but in the most obvious spot. Like, it's almost intentional, right? It's just to mess with your damn mind. It's the universe gaslighting you. It's like, oh, you look there? I'll place it right back in the middle of where you know you just looked. Or you just vacuumed, or whatever. It's impossible. And there's something is just trying to mess with your brain while returning the corrupted file. Case file number 3067, written by Ambiani, White Lace and Forgotten Magic. This happened around 15 years ago in my childhood home. I was about 20 and I'd been to a Halloween party dressed as Corpse Bride. I had bought a decorative white lace umbrella as a prop from a charity shop to match my costume. Many alcoholic drinks later at the party, and the white lace umbrella had been passed around, messed with, dropped, used as a play weapon. Taking it home with me at the end of the night, and I remember looking at it, battered and bedraggled, muddied, torn, spokes bent out of shape. When I got in, my mom looked at me, noticed the umbrella, and said, "Oh no, what happened to it?" I mumbled something about my friends accidentally breaking it, and that was that. The next day, after washing my costume and doing my best to fix the umbrella spokes, but failing, I took them upstairs to the fancy dress box in the loft. Being unable to just throw anything away, I hoped a costume in the future might call for a broken, muddied, torn umbrella. A couple months later, Mom and I were in the loft looking for Christmas decorations. She was the first to spot the umbrella. I heard her say, "Is this the umbrella you took to that party?" I looked and she was holding it. It was in pristine condition. It was pure white lace, unbent, clean, just as I'd bought it. We both looked at each other in absolute disbelief. It made no sense. The thing was practically destroyed at the party. We both knew it, yet here it was, as though nothing at all had ever happened to it. Case file number 3068, written by Grassy Branch Girl. My poltergeist has good taste. For background context, I had lost an earring last year in the summer. I knew where I dropped it, at the foot of my bed, and I crawled around on the floor in that area hunting it. This wasn't a small earring. It was a long bar shape. I couldn't find it anywhere. Just poof, it's gone. Fast forward to November of last year. I arrived home from work and went upstairs to change. I opened the bedroom door, and right in the center of the floor in front of the door is my earring. It was at least 6 feet from where I dropped it, and I walked over that same area every day for months. So, for Friday's experience, I arrived home after work not feeling well. I took my jewelry off and dropped a ring on the floor. I knew where it fell, and I even felt it under my big toe on the floor when I crawled in bed. I told myself I'd pick it up after I laid down for a bit. I started to feel better and got up later. I knew I needed to find my ring, so I got down on my hands and knees where it should have been. I felt all around the area. I couldn't find it at all. I immediately thought of the earring. I lifted my head, looked at my bedside table, and there was the ring, staring me in the face. I did not pick it up and put it there. I'm positive that it was on the floor. Then I remembered the bedroom door wasn't closed all the way when I was lying down. As I was in bed, the door started to move and opened all the way. No drafts, no other doors open or close that could make the door move. I said, "Hey, to whatever opened the door and kept laying there till I felt better. I think whoever brought my earring to me came and picked up my ring too. At least my spirit is tidy. Case file number 3069, written by Dear Papaya 192. A nightmare you can wake up in. While staying at a small house for a week or so while looking for an apartment, my family and I became convinced it was haunted. We saw green lightning coming down on top of a nearby hill one night in an area with a pretty large population, yet no one we've asked had seen it, and no weather reports we could find were made about such a weird weather pattern for the area. One of the last nights we were there became a pretty solid example of why I believe in ghosts. There was a small door built into the living room wall next to the fireplace that led to nothing. Just a small door about 1.5 feet tall, 1 foot wide, and just over a foot deep into the wall. We've always got a weird feeling about it, and noticed when it was open, you could only see a few inches inside, almost like the shadows inside made it seem like it went on much further than it did. I can remember a single time I opened it to see if I could figure out the point of it. I slept in the living room with 2 of my siblings, and one of those nights I had a nightmare about being chased, caught, and dragged. Details about the dream are fuzzy, but I remember feeling hands on my ankles, pulling me back vividly. I woke up from the nightmare at least 5 feet away from where I fell asleep, with that door open, and both my legs inside, to the point where my toes would touch inside the wall, if I barely stretched them. None of my siblings could have managed to move me into that small of a space, and into that position, without waking me. I was about 5'5" at the time, and not very light. I hardly ever think about that place or that little door anymore, but when it comes to mind, it's my textbook example of a haunted house. You know what I was thinking about this? The TNG episode Sub Rosa, which is widely regarded as the worst episode. I don't think so. I think it's a weird episode, but I love it. And yeah, it's even produced pretty well. And it has the storm that pops in out of nowhere, which is induced by this entity, not a spirit, but you could just call it a ghost. And it has this green lightning effect, which I think is so atmospheric and just suits the mood so well. So I was just thinking about this. Who knows, maybe there's a Sub Rosa episode going on of a reality TV. Case file number 3070, written by Plenilunio, 30, 5 minutes after normal. Returning home, after I got off the bus, I called my mom to let her know I was about to arrive. I could hear my little brothers and my father watching football in the background, and she was making dinner. Around me, some people at the bar, people walking around the street, nothing out of the ordinary really. Then 5 minutes later, I arrived home and loudly said, "Hello everyone," as always. Nobody answered. I thought, okay, maybe they didn't hear me, so I went to look for my family. The TV was turned on, someone was watching football, but the living room was empty. The kitchen was empty, but the lights were on. The bathroom had the lights on too, but also empty. I looked everywhere, every single room. I started getting weirded out, but I don't know, maybe they went to my grandma's on the other building's floor? I don't know. I swear the house was empty except for me and my pets. The cats were chilling though, but when I checked my balcony, this got even weirder. The street was empty. I could only hear the crickets and animals, no cars, no people. The bar was open, but I couldn't see people on the terrace, even though I'd had a couple of families when I walked past them. Scary. I went to my room because I still had my backpack on and I wanted to leave it, but honestly I was starting to get unsettled. And then suddenly my mom appeared on my door, looking surprised. The conversation was something like this. Her: "You already here? I didn't listen to the door." Me: "Where were you all? Nobody was here." "What do you mean? We didn't leave." "I said hi and nobody was at home." Weird. Maybe we didn't hear you." We looked at each other, super confused, but she changed the topic and I didn't say anything else. And yes, my father and brothers were watching football in the living room, sunk in the sofa like they never left, and the cars and people returned. Everything was normal. No, I didn't listen to the door before she came into my room. My room is right next to the house entrance. I would have listened to it. I have no explanation for this, but it felt genuinely scary for a minute there. The silence, man. I think this is my favorite story of today's batch. It's going back to a few events where maybe a handful of stories where people wake up or they just walk into an area and suddenly no one exists. They're in a dead world. Now you have the cats, they could just be placeholders, probably not real in the sense of having a soul. I think pets do, but sometimes there could be placeholders. So you're just in this temporary limbo between universes. It's a base area because you're still consciously aware. Maybe you are being transferred for some reason, like in MMO servers where for some reason or another you have to be transferred, moved to a different server. Maybe there was a corruption in the original server and everyone there had to be moved and they all have to be placed into temporary pockets to make the transition safer because they can't put you under or something. Maybe it just happens too suddenly. So that's in the event that it happens in emergency situations, you're reported to a area that is safe but has no one else in it or very few. And then you're transitioned to the other universe where you're going to spend your time now. Case file number 3071, written by PeachPie888. The Caller Incident. The morning of when my house got broken into, I was getting ready for work and looking over some of my very expensive handbags that I hadn't tidied away. I was running late and thought, I really shouldn't leave them out in full view in case someone breaks in, but I was so late I just had to go. That afternoon, my house was broken into, and the handbags left out were naturally gone. The ones tidied away in their dust bags on high shelves were still there. Think about this a lot. More recently, I went to a coffee shop and for the first time ever decided to comply with the rules and leave my dog tied up outside. I normally take her in and they don't mind, but I thought it's a good training opportunity, as it's a very safe area and other dogs are tied up too. The second I stepped into the coffee shop, I had a bad feeling that I couldn't shake while I was waiting in line. I can't explain it. It felt like my brain was screaming at me to go check on my dog. I get to the counter and the cashier asks me where my dog is because he likes her. I said she's outside because I felt bad not following the rules. At which point he tells me it's really no problem because she's so small, and that's when my anxiety fully kicked in. And I asked him if in that case I can go get her while he makes my coffee, which was to go anyway. I was 1 minute from being done with getting coffee, but I knew I had to go get her. When I got outside, a strange lady was petting my dog and fumbling with her collar. She looked startled when I interrupted her. She tried to play it off like she was just petting my dog, but when I asked her if she thinks it's appropriate to touch strange dogs, she mumbled something about, what if she's been abandoned? Yes, abandoned in a dog-friendly park, next to 3 other tied-up dogs outside a coffee shop? Please. I had such a bad feeling about this woman. I immediately took my dog and went to get my coffee. Never again. I had this exact same thing happen to me, but not with the dog, with a bike, an e-bike. Because e-bikes are pretty expensive, I would ride them to the grocery store down in Florida when I was there, and just, lock it up. But still, it's only a bike lock. You can easily angle grind that off. And I just went to do my shopping. But I had this sense that something was happening to the bike. So I just left my shopping cart half, full, not done yet. Went outside and saw, someone was fiddling with the lock. They didn't break it yet or anything, but they were scoping it. And I don't remember. I think I just went home. Or maybe no, I tried to bring it inside the store. So one thing that sucks with e-bikes is people just try to steal stuff. You have to live in a very, safe area with no theft. You need a high trust society for those to be functional, where you don't even really need a lock at all, which is hard to find, but there's some places in the US you can do that. But side tangent. I just think it's interesting that we have these gut instincts that are not always right, but often are. Listen to them. Case file number 3072, written by SillyAid5342. Street names in static. I was out for a walk a few years ago, and as I was passing neighbors' mailboxes, rural, I noticed the addresses were off completely, with the wrong street names as well as numbers. The feeling of the whole walk was eerie, and I turned around and headed home. Then another incident when I was riding with my wife, taking her sister to the bus station. My wife's dad was driving. We were just around a corner from my house. It was late at night when we passed a man walking down the road, and he was illuminated by our headlights. He was pixelated entirely. He was even partially translucent. He made no indication of our presence, and he never looked towards us as far as I could tell. As he walked by, my eyes never left him. He stayed pixelated even in our taillights. I nearly said something to the other 3 occupants of the car, but as I turned back to looking forwards, I noticed no one else seemed to notice or acted as though it was an ordinary thing, so I kept quiet until I was alone with my wife later. She said she never saw anyone, while giving me a funny look. She only made a comment about me being weird. I think this is a case of reality for that individual not loading properly. He may have even been a transfer from a different universe, and in full corporeal form, not just his soul, which I think does happen. Might even explain the dead pocket servers, where if it's a soul transfer, you don't have to have a staging area like that. But if it is a full transfer, like in this case, I think, yeah, the person was being loaded into, but the input to other people in the area wasn't simultaneous. So you were getting it first, but not complete. So that's why he was pixelated. It was just slowly loading in, like when you try to load an image and it's slow on your computer over the internet. Just slowly rendering in. If you had stayed there for maybe 5 more minutes, I'd guess, 10 minutes, I don't know the timeline, an hour, I don't know how long it takes to download a person. But yeah, if you had stayed there, you'd have just seen him load in slowly. I wonder from his perspective, was the transfer seamless? Like, he's still in the dead pocket world, but then when he's fully loaded in, then everyone just materializes. Case file number 3073, written by JV, Twin Ends of Memory. When I was a kid years ago, I remember a local motel that had the same name as a motel about 30 miles away. I recall thinking it was odd because it wasn't a chain of motels, and it was the only 2 I'd ever seen with this particular name. Years later, after the one closer to me changed ownership and changed names, I remember mentioning it to my father, my brother, and his girlfriend at the time, as we were driving by, that those 2 motels had the same name years ago. They all told me that motel had never been named that, and my brother's girlfriend actually lived very close to that motel and passed by it often. I was dumbfounded. I clearly remember them being the same name. I don't know if this is a case of me just being mistaken, or if possibly certain places can seem connected or give the same vibe. Usually in a situation like this, I would just think I'd been mistaken, but I still think about this years later, wondering what in the world happened. I really don't think I was wrong. I think this is a classic case of either quantum immortality or just multiverse sight, where you're both correct. Your brother's girlfriend, everyone else in your group basically, saw a different thing, but that's okay. It doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means you probably saw a different universe. If it was your original one, or if you just saw into a different one and that was reset for you. My guess is because this was an old experience and you probably saw this motel, both of them, multiple times, it's probably quantum immortality. And I don't think there's anything to fear about that. My guess is very few people exist in just one reality their entire lives. That's an interesting question, What is the percentage of people who are born in one universe and never ever die and make it all the way to their, natural aging conclusion, dying of old age in all universes, but just in that particular universe they reach the end without ever having transferred? My guess is a very small percentage because it's pretty easy to just accidentally die, unfortunately. Case file number 3074, written by random user 419. 7 on the grill, 9 in memory. A few of my friends and I went fishing for a weekend. We rented a cabin and we had 2 full days of fishing on 2 different lakes. The first day was not quite a success. We only managed to catch a total of 9 trouts among the 6 of us. The next day, however, was really incredible. We pulled off our 10 trout limit each for a total of 60. Now, here's where the glitch comes in. The first day of fishing is over and we're headed back to our cabin. It's about 4 p.m. We have our 9 trout with us. There are 6 of us, split into 2 boats of 3 guys, and we only caught 9, remember. I personally got 4, and I was the only one on my boat to catch any, so there's the first 4. On the second boat, 1 guy got 2, and another one got 3. The details are important here, as it's not so difficult to remember catching so few trouts on a single day, right? So, as we're unpacking at the cabin after a long day, it was also super windy and partially raining. We obviously get to show off our catches, compare them and whatnot. There's obviously one bag of 4 trouts from the first boat and one bag of 5 trouts from the second boat. The plan was to cook them for dinner. After measuring the trouts and celebrating our few catches, we start playing games and cracking open beers before starting to cook dinner. At around 7 p.m., we decided to start cooking our precious fresh trouts. One of my friends had brought some sort of portable smoker, so we definitely wanted to try that out. We explicitly set aside the 2 biggest trouts for smoking. We set up those in the smoker and started. On my side, I'm in charge of the barbecue, so in the meantime, I prepare the rest of the trouts in aluminum foil and season them. The thing is, I might not have noticed at that moment, but I prepared only 5 trouts for the barbecue. But there should have been 7 left after setting up the 2 biggest on the smoker, right? So, we end up eating 2 smoked trouts and 5 grilled trouts on the barbecue. But then we wonder, hey, weren't there 9 trout? We forgot to cook 2 of them, right? Funny at first, but then we started looking for the other 2 trout and we literally never found them. We looked in the fridge, freezer, barbecue, oven, coolers that we brought on the boats, every room, every drawer and cupboards in the cabin, and it's not like there could have been many places for 2 12-inch trouts to be stored or anything. We ended up searching both cars, even outside around the cabin, but it remains a mystery. They literally disappeared, and we have absolutely no idea at all where they went, still to this day. Now, may I remind how obvious it was for us to be absolutely certain that we caught a total of 9 trouts among us 6 guys, not just by catching them individually, but by bringing them back from the lake, measuring all of them. I mean, the 6 of us have got to look at the 9 trouts all at the same place at the same time inside the cabin, between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. Also, yes, there was some beer involved, but not before we got back from the lake with our trouts in hand. Also, not everyone was drinking. So it's totally unexplainable. The best explanation we have is that Jesus took those 2 trouts from our timeline to feed his disciples over 2,000 years ago. I went fishing with my dad many times when I was young, before I was even a teenager and when I was a teenager. It's actually my dad's birthday today, so happy birthday, Dad. If we caught 9 trout in a single outing, I mean, it would just be 2 of us, so you could still say 3 or 4 if you equalized it. That would be a hell of a day. We didn't have the best luck in terms of catching 40 fish or something. That would be crazy. But we'd often cook it right on the shoreline, and freshly caught fish like that is divine. Unbelievably good. So yeah, what happened to those fish, I don't know, but still a great haul, I would say. Basically a fish each, plus 1 extra. Workable. If you get some rice, lemon juice on that, not bad. Don't know about Jesus using the other 2, but who knows. Case file number 3075, written by Bright Elderberry, 98. Breadcrumbs of Fate. I've been apartment hunting for a while now. A few days ago, completely out of the blue, I got a strange message on my phone, not even sure how or from where. It basically said, "If the silver owl shows up, it's a sign, look for it." That line stuck with me. Silver owl. I even screenshotted it because it felt so weird and oddly specific. Fast forward to yesterday. I went to view an apartment that looked great on paper. When I stepped onto the balcony, I was taking in the view. A lot of trees and nature. But then I glanced down at the balcony across from mine. There it was. A silver owl statue. Just sitting there, looking right at me. It hit me instantly. That's the owl. The one from the message. I was like the universe was confirming, this is the place. Out of curiosity, I looked up the street name. The street is named after a man who was a wealthy bank director. He never married, and get this, he donated his entire fortune to support young Christian women. And here's where it gets really weird. My mother's grandfather actually lived on the same street back when he was alive. And now, completely separately, my daughter has also moved to that same street. So, 3 generations of my family, my ancestor, my daughter, and now me, all end up connected to this one street? And I only noticed because of a mysterious silver owl message on my phone? Coincidence? Fate? A glitch in the Matrix? I don't know. But it felt like the whole situation lined up too perfectly to be random, like some kind of breadcrumb trail laid out just for me. Well, the most pressing question is who sent the message? Was it a message from your guardian angel? One of your other family members, passed away ancestors that just wanted you to reconnect with the history of that location? I don't know. Very mysterious way to nudge you along the lines, like a silver owl statue. It's pretty cool. But yeah, that eternal question of who sent you the message. You need Harold Finch on the job, if you haven't seen Person of Interest, great show. I won't spoil it, but just to know he has access to a powerful tool to help him answer the question. Case file number 3076, written by Seabird Song. The Chili Incident. One day, I was alone in my old house doing the dishes, and I had a crock pot of chili on the counter beside me to my right. I had the TV on, which was in the living room to the left, so my head was turned to the left watching TV while I mindlessly scrubbed dishes. I was rinsing a glass and it was totally calm and quiet in the kitchen with just the TV from the other room. Suddenly, there was a huge crash and I turned my head and the crock pot of chili was in the middle of the kitchen floor, fully upside down, lid off and unplugged. So perfectly upside down that most of the chili was still inside the crock pot. Like, dude, the counter wasn't wet. The crock pot wasn't on the edge or sliding around or anything, and it landed like 4 feet from the counter in the middle of the kitchen. I didn't bump it, and I didn't hear a thing moving next to me until the moment it hit the floor. Weirdest thing that's ever happened in my life. I was right there, and there was no goddamn reason for that to happen. Later, a glass soap bottle we had exploded out of nowhere. Hubby and I were in the other room and heard a crash. Went into the kitchen and the bottle was in tons of pieces all over inside the sink. Again, nothing has been wet, nothing in the kitchen was moving. We didn't have a dishwasher or anything that was vibrating the counter and stuff like that. The glass bottle didn't have a topper and was just full of dish soap, so it's not like there was a buildup of gas in it or something. There was no reason for it to go boom. We called it our countergeist. Okay, if this happened to me, I'd be gone. Cancel the lease, sell the house. Probably don't mention there's a countergeist there. You know when you sell a house, you have to disclose if there's something wrong with it, like if there's rot or if there's bugs or if there's an infestation of some kind. I don't think you have any legal obligation to disclose if there's a poltergeist haunting it though. That'd be funny if one day in court they have to arbitrate this where someone didn't disclose that it was haunted, but they knew. Probably should do it even if you don't have a legal requirement, but that's just funny. Your Honor, they didn't tell me it was haunted. Case file number 3077. Written by Macaroon C. 3646. Close enough to touch. Mom and I were about to step onto the escalator, but noticed the man and his wife were about to cut in front of us. I slowed down to let them. But then they slowed down and let my mom and I get on first. That's why I took notice of them. Mom was one step below me to the right, and I was standing to the left, so effectively, we were blocking people from passing. As Mom was to my right, I could notice the man and his wife in the corner of my eye, and realized maybe Mom was blocking them because they stood very close behind us. You know that feeling when someone stands really close to you? I had that the whole time, until they vanished. We were already around halfway up the escalator, so I asked my mom to step in front of me to let them pass, but as soon as she did, we felt that no one was behind us anymore. Both her and I instinctively looked back and realized we were the only 2 people on the escalator. We both looked around and couldn't see the man and his wife. We initially thought maybe they walked off the escalator, but realized we were already halfway up, so we would have heard them walk down and it was a long walk. So we would have seen them unless they ran, but again we heard nothing. Even though I didn't see them clearly on the escalator, I knew someone was behind my mom, as I could see and remember the shadow in the corner of my eye. My mom said she definitely felt someone was behind her the whole time, until she walked in front of me. The strangest thing still was this is a very busy local mall, and for 2 of us to be on this empty escalator around 2 p.m. is just weird. As soon as we got off the escalator, both Mom and I kept questioning, did we imagine those 2 people, or was it a glitch? Or did they or us slip into a different dimension? The most logical explanation would be that they never got on the escalator, but the shadow I saw in the corner of my eyes when I spoke with my mom, that's the presence I felt. But why did both my mom and I feel people behind us, and then instantly both of us felt that no one was behind us anymore? We both literally looked back and scanned the escalator, questioning where did those two people go, at the same time. Case file number 3078, written by My HD Sport 1, saved by Smoke and Steel. I was a vending attendant. I picked up and loaded a company van, drove 50 miles, stocked and pulled money from vending machines, and made change for a factory on their breaks and lunch, plus sold fresh donuts to the workers. One day, I decided to go check out a new Walmart that was a few exits down. After driving on the interstate a few minutes, I decided that I didn't have time to go and get back before break to make change, so I got off the interstate and got right back on to head back. All of a sudden, there were flames coming from under my hood, so I stopped, jumped out with a tiny fire extinguisher, sprayed the flames, and they went out just as my extinguisher ran out. I was relieved. Then a truck drove past me and whoosh, the air ignited the flames again. I didn't know what to do. Then a man came over my shoulder with a large extinguisher and put the flames out. I've always said that you would never see me climbing into a truck like a hitchhiker. I would walk. I had not chanced my parents never finding me or being chopped into little pieces, but my job was on the line. He offered to drop me off and I said, okay. I immediately felt a little at ease because I heard truckers on the CB and one said I was insulting vulgarity, and the driver turned it down and basically apologized. He said, "Where are you going anyway?" I said, "Portland." "Oh yeah, me too. Where about in Portland?" "Highway 109. "Oh yeah, me too. Where are you going?" "Thomas and Betts." "Oh yeah, me too. What time you gotta be there?" 11? And started holding my breath, seriously considering jumping out of the truck if he said, "Me too." I really do believe that was the longest the person could possibly wait before turning the steering wheel, and finally, he veered and took the exit. So then I said, "Wow, this is crazy. What business do you have at T&B?" He said he had to make a delivery. He pulled up to the break room and I had not told him where to go. I said thank you and asked his name. He answered me, but I don't remember what he said. I asked him what department he was delivering to, and he said, "Maintenance." I told him thank you and wrote down, or remembered at the time, what was on the truck. When maintenance came to break, I told the supervisor that I needed the information from their last delivery. He looked at me strangely and said he had not had any deliveries at all that day, in fact all week. I asked if he was sure. He said absolutely. So I asked all the departments about the recent deliveries, and there were none from any departments. I truly believe that the next guy to stop and help me would have been a psycho killer, but instead, my guardian driver saved my life. Logically, he could have just been me-tooing every question so as to not make me think I was inconveniencing him. But the fact that a man stopped who took care of me like this amazes me, and that he knew exactly where the T&B was. He never got 1 inch out of line. For me, it was divine intervention, and I am blessed, but it was still very eerie. I think the fact he knew exactly where to go is, for me, proof that this was a guardian angel. Probably the truck driver was a normal guy, but the guardian angel took over him temporarily just to drive you there. Then, the truck driver probably was completely befuddled and confused when the guardian angel left, and he was just like, "Where the hell am I? What happened?" He has his own glitch story because of that. Case file number 3079, written by Aggravating Panic 555. Ashes and Arcade Games. A really creepy guy used to come into a convenience store I worked at near my university. He used to talk nonsense about being the king of the night and stuff like that, and said he could get anyone to do what he wanted them to. He was older and pretty charismatic, and also had some money. But me and another employee would joke about him being flucked in the head. "Look out, y'all, it's Glenn, the king of the night." We had video games at the store, and he would hang out there and play them or watch others and sometimes pay for their games. He latched on to this wayward college kid who was also a bit whack and who always asked for matches but never bought cigarettes. I worked a graveyard shift, so there was often nothing going on after 2:30 a.m. Beer 30. So I would hear them talking, creepy arch pontification that made me wonder if they were playing Vampire the Masquerade or something else. We had lots of that kind of LARPing activity. Sometimes they would leave together. Later, the older dude stopped coming in, but the younger guy kept coming for matches, enough that we started charging him for them. Sometimes he would burn them off in the parking lot. One night, he came in and got matches, and a while later, there was a big fire with many fire trucks headed the way the guy usually left. I found out in the morning that this guy had ended his landlord and burned her house down. He lived in the basement. The very next night, the king came back and was extra creepy. Up until then, I hadn't seen him in months, and he shows up the night after his little buddy murdered someone. He brought it up and said that he was sad that the younger guy probably had to go to jail. I called the police about it right after he left, and a couple times more, but they didn't seem interested, as they had already caught someone and got a confession. I only saw him one other time after that, years later at a concert where I was working security. He gave me the most twisted grin and walked off out of my sight. That dude straight up gave me the chills. Though, come to think of it, this might not be the creepiest thing I've ever witnessed. It's a tough call. Case file number 3080, written by Dangerous March 9841. Wet Prints in the Dark. I was asked to be the one to look out for my aunt's house, a 4-story house, including basement, with 9 rooms. My aunt and her family went abroad that time, and the only people left in their home were me and my grandma, their mom. She's too old to travel. So, one time, after washing the dishes and closing the doors and the blinds, I went to the living room to watch a TV show. All the lights are almost out at that time except for the lights outside the house. Something urged me to go check the windows on the 4th floor. In order for me to be able to go upstairs, I need to turn on the lights which were located on the 1st floor and the living room on the 2nd. So, while I was walking halfway through, on the stairs, I saw some footprints of a child, like wet, flucking footprints. Upon seeing those, I immediately rushed downstairs where my grandma's room was located. I didn't bother going back to the living area to turn off the TV. Mind you, they are only house standing on their street. They are surrounded by vacant lots and huge trees. To this day, I still don't know how the fuck those footprints got there. Case file number 3081, written by Ms. Robin Hood. 3 Fields from Civilization. I've always loved to go exploring all my life, and during high school, one of my many adventures was to a silo. I'd bike to a dead-end road, chain my bike to a tree, and go for a long walk all alone in the woods, which ended in far-off fields of farm fields. 3 fields away, I'd go explore a very old silo in the middle of the fields, surrounded by a miniature forest. This place was completely isolated. Not one house or piece of civilization could be seen. I loved finding antiques there, like old bottles, a 1930s car, extremely old piles of junk, and old shoes sticking out from dirt mounds. On the 3rd time I went solo exploring around the silo, something happened that I will never forget, even after 15 years. All of a sudden, I started to hear a few whispers, which grew louder, multiplied by the dozens, until it sounded as if I were in a ballroom filled with people speaking. I couldn't make out anything, but it sounded as if I was suddenly surrounded by a large room of people at a party, laughing and enjoying themselves. As quickly as it started, it stopped and faded away into nothing. I did return to that field one more time, but nothing like this has ever happened to me again, but I will never forget. I think there are spots in the world where the multiverse information can jumble together. So, people talking, that's just information at the end of the day, and that can probably permeate very easily across the multiverse membranes. I think that's what's happening. There's small bridges, gaps in those universes that can connect to each other. Probably not the entire gamut. You'd have so many voices going on there that it would sound louder than a nuclear bomb. The pressure wave would be quite something. But yeah, just a few universes, maybe even entwining into their past in that area. Not the future. I don't like going to the future stuff, but in the past, yeah. Or just that area maybe developed in other universes and you're connecting to those. There could be a ballroom, a wedding place, a hotel, who knows, a restaurant, maybe. Case file number 3082, written by Pose27. The Wrong Man Saved. This story was told to me, but I believe it's true and one of the eeriest things I'd ever heard. My father-in-law had a friend who went to Indonesia. The jungles there are dense and it's easy to get lost, so normally you go out with a guide. The first day, the man did have a guide, but thought he was an idiot and didn't know what he was doing, so he wrote this in a postcard to his wife and mentioned the next day he was going out alone because the guide was useless. Well, he never returned. His wife, realizing she hadn't gotten a call from him in a few days, the card hadn't arrived yet, called his hotel and found out he hadn't been there for days. So, authorities sent out search parties, but it's vast and tricky terrain and they found nothing. What's eerie is the wife gets desperate after a week and consults a psychic out of desperation. The psychic says yes, she sees a man who has fallen into a ravine, but they must hurry as he is close to death. The psychic even pinpointed the ravine. Search parties go to the place and sure enough, there is a man with 2 broken legs at death's door. But it's not her husband. It was some hiker who also went out alone and they saved his life. The husband was never found and presumed dead after some time. Years later, they did find his remains. I forget the circumstances, but he succumbed to the jungle. I just kept thinking about that psychic who saw a guy in distress and saved his life. At least he was lucky. We know that there are plenty of people who fake being psychic because it's a good way to make money. You just have to push out some vague idea of the person and they become satisfied. Like, oh yeah, how did they know that? Well, there's ways to look up information about the potential client that comes to you. It's like the mentalist trick, just analyzing the person, being observant. You can pick up a lot about a person just by what they're wearing, how they carry themselves, etc. Not always correct, but close enough where you can definitely make some money scamming people. There are real psychics too. I think that's pretty clear. I think this is a perfect story of that. Though, even those who can harness that power at will, it's not perfect. Like in this case, she did find someone that was in need, which is awesome. That's incredible. But not the specific person that they were looking for. Very sad, but also, sad and not sad for the person that they found and saved. Case file number 3083, written by JBakes21. Her eyes never left us. When I was a kid, my parents went on a cruise and my brother and I were left staying at our grandparents' house. One of the nights, we were up watching Animal Planet, and our grandpa came in and told us to shut it off, and it was time for bed. It was about 11:45, so we went to bed, but my grandpa left the hallway light on, just illuminating the hall enough to see a little bit. Now, the layout of the bedroom is substantially important to how this played out. You go down this hallway, and at the end of the hallway is our grandparents' bedroom. Off to the left, before the hall ends, is a spare bedroom. The bed is at the back right corner of the room and is very open, so you can see everything from the doorway. I woke up sometime later to my brother whispering my name and asking me if I see that, and I look over to the doorway to see a woman, probably mid-40s. She was very bizarre looking, with a very long and thin face and long brown hair, but imagine a hairstyle out of like the 70s. I want to say just standing there staring at us. Her hair was blowing like there was some sort of gust, yet there was no wind. Our grandparents' dog had been sleeping next to the bed, and she woke up. Her ears perked like she acknowledged that there was someone there, but after a minute just laid back down. She just stood there staring at us for what felt like the longest time before eventually backing out of the doorway, her gaze fixated on us until she was completely out of view, leaving the door slightly open. Enough for us to see her go back towards the front of the house. For a while after, my brother and I just sat there, absolutely petrified, just waiting to see if maybe it was my grandma and she'd eventually go back to the bedroom. But no. Seen nothing for what was probably an hour, and eventually we fell asleep. We asked about it the next day, and my grandma swears it wasn't her. Not that it would have been anyway, as she looked nothing like who we saw, and she's also not the type of person to really joke around like that. She doesn't like being scared. If I was the only person that saw this, maybe I'd be able to brush it off and something that I imagined in some odd fever dream so long ago. But no, my brother saw it too, and if you were to ask him, he'd give you pretty much the same story. Case file number 3084, written by Unlikely Bag 69. An angel in uniform. I grew up in an incredibly conservative Christian environment, and when I was a teenager, my school in the Oklahoma City area had us go door to door selling religious books. The adults who drove us around and dropped us off were overly zealous and always trying to just get a few more sales in, even if it was past time to round everyone up and finish for the day. One evening, it was about 9 p.m. We were supposed to have been picked up for the day, but our driver said one more street. So she dropped me off and I was supposed to work my way over about 6 blocks to meet a classmate. It was dusk and not a great area of town. I knocked on one door and 2 guys answered who were obviously drunk and high. They wanted me, 15 female at the time, to come inside the house. I refused and was trying to make my way off the porch, but one of them grabbed me by the wrist. I was trying to break free when a policeman in full uniform walked by on the sidewalk and asked what was happening. The guys immediately let go of me and slammed the door shut. The police officer asked me what I was doing out there at night, and I explained. He walked me about 1.5 blocks away to a gas station and told me to wait there until my leader came back into radio distance. She had left the radio area, so I couldn't call for help before. He then just disappeared. I don't really believe in people seeing angels on Earth, but I firmly believe that a police officer saved me that day. Whether it was just happenstance that he was walking by in uniform, no patrol car anywhere that I could see, or it was an actual angel who kept me from being attacked that day. I'll never forget the weird but oddly protective feeling afterwards that I had, just avoiding something absolutely awful. Well, this was deeper in the past, and maybe it was more normal in especially your environment in Oklahoma, conservative area, to have just cops patrolling on foot. It is conceivable, but it does seem a bit unlikely. So was it a guardian angel event? Could be, another possession, taking control of a cop that was nearby. Maybe their patrol car was a few streets away or something. If they were alone, that makes more sense. If they had a partner, the partner was like, where the hell did this guy go? Where'd my partner go? Knowing what was going to happen, or probably what was going to happen as your guardian angel. Just take control of this guy, go diffuse the situation, save you. Yeah. And explains why the cop just left so quickly. I mean, if it was an official police action, there would be a report filing, he'd probably take you to the station, get you to identify the people that were trying to assault you or kidnap you even. I think if it was official police business, it wouldn't have gone down quite like that. Case file number 3085, written by Nix. Wolf on the Crest. So, back when I used to live in Oregon, I had this place I hand-built over a month or so in the summer. I would hang out in it. This was inside the forest. It was my home away from home, basically. I built a large fire pit in the ground, 2 chairs, a bench, a log rack, drying area, a hammock, store-bought, and even a small Viking-like structure with a mat on the inside made of twigs so you could sit in it. This spot I made was next to a hot spring inside a flowing river with a tiny waterfall. So as dumb as it is to be alone in the wilderness, I always brought my little gun, and bear spray too. I just liked to be in the forest. It made me feel close to nature like my ancestors were. Cherokee. Now the story. One day, I was heading out there when I noticed a male watching me walk into the area of the forest I would always enter from. This kinda made me feel uneasy. I don't trust men all that much. Anyway, I ignored it, but kept my hand on my hip where my firearm was, as I walked and hiked to go to my spot. Everything was normal on the way there, except I heard a few branches break behind me every so often, so I was constantly checking. I am used to that sound and animal sounds, but something about that guy made the solace the forest always brought me break. Once I finally arrived at the spot, I set my things down in a small shelter and raked some leaves and other things out of the area with the small rake I built. Once I did that, I decided to dip into the spring. I set my bear spray and gun on my clothes next to the water and got naked. Nobody ever comes there. It's not a trail or on any map, so don't judge. I dipped inside and tried to relax. Well, the moment I finally let go of the paranoia, the forest went completely silent, which if you know better, means there's a predator around. So I turned my hands near my items and just silently waited. It felt like forever, but I started hearing an odd noise. It sounded like someone yelling, "Help!" But lots of animals in distress sound weird when dying, so it didn't spook me. But going further, I heard twigs snap again closer to me, which is odd for a few reasons. 1. Mountain lions will almost always make zero noise when checking you out. 2. If it was a bear, I felt like I would have heard it make some noise, but nothing. When a few moments passed on the crest of my little area, I noticed a wolf, I think. It was large and resembled a dog, but it was almost all black fur, just staring there at me. I grabbed my gun in my right hand and the bear spray in my left, just to be safe, but nothing happened. After about 10 minutes, I think it left. I decided to call it a day for my safety, so I gathered my things and left. As I left, the forest was silent. Still no animals, no birds, just a small gust of wind, maybe once in a while. And I felt awfully dreadful, like it felt as if the world was rotting away, if that makes sense. Anyway, after a few, I exited the forest and that guy I saw earlier was standing at the edge of the forest as well. Not near me, but a little ways away just staring into it. I walked till I got to my motorbike and left. To this day, I will never forget that odd feeling of dread when I was there. It physically made me feel like I was going to be attacked the entire time. I don't know. Eerie story from the life of me, Nix. You have a daring soul, I will just say that. You're going out there alone as a woman, presumably, and the deep wilderness, well, maybe not ultra deep, but deep enough, where you're alone, out off a beaten path. You built your own little settlement there just to hang out, which is pretty cool. But yeah, noticing a guy watching you, almost stalking you, and having that creepy vibe when you're walking to your settlement. Even I as a guy, would just turn around like, it's not worth it. You can't relax in that case. I guess you did for a brief period of time. And what was the wolf going on? It's almost like the wolf was calibrated to the person, like he was warging it in like Game of Thrones style to stalk you. Probably nothing like that, but yeah, maybe a whole set of unfortunate coincidences that really nothing was actually after you. And yeah, you did have a firearm and bear spray, so you had protection, but still, it would be just hard to relax in a case like that. Thankfully, nothing happened. I don't know about going back. You have to go back when you know no one is around. Like, if you go and you're in the parking lot and no one is around, or no one, there's other cars but no one is watching you, okay, maybe try it then. But always be careful and maybe get a dog. That could be a good idea. Case following by 3086, written by PM Amateur Boobies. The Lilac Fog. A friend got invited to a wedding. I needed a ride because it was a few states away. We drove down on a Friday, wedding Saturday, drive home Sunday. We knew we were going to drive home over the night, so we took a nap during the day for a few hours. It was a little after 9 that night when we left. It was about 20 minutes later on the highway, we came up on this lilac-colored fog, like real light purple, light pink color. It looked weird, but not unnatural, really. I remember slowing down as we came up on. We looked at each other a few times and saw another car come out from the side of the fog cloud. We said, "Fluck it, windows up and run us through it." We passed through it in under 10 seconds, share a weird look with each other, and off we continue. I can still remember and recall a lot of details from our drive down, but neither of us really remember that drive home at all. We both have the same memory of sorta waking up in a parking lot in our home state. No idea on when we got there, or why we didn't finish driving the 2 hours home or so. We both remember 3 or 4 gas station stops we made, and we can remember conversations we had while we waited, or at a rest stop we stopped at for a bit. but neither of us can remember pretty much anything that happened in the car or the drive itself for that entire 8 or so hour drive to where we ended up waking up at. Yeah, whenever there's fog involved, I always think about the movie The Mist, based on the book of Stephen King. Really atmospheric and a terrible ending. I mean, terrible in the sense of what it makes you feel. It's well written, very well. Perhaps this fog was a kind of test from the military. Maybe it was intended to disorient people. Maybe erase memories or suppress memories. It'd be pretty useful, actually, if you think about it. Some kind of gas that would make you not remember what happens, though in the moment you're still present. Case file number 3087, written by XX Series XX. Choking on a future fire. I've had strange things happen to me most of my life. One example I can remember that was really strange but witnessed by at least 24 other people happened when I was in college. I was a sophomore living in my fraternity with about 30 other guys and our grandmother-like house mom who had her own apartment on the first floor. One night, around 1 a.m., I woke up from a sound sleep, choking on heavy smoke. I ran all over the 3-story house with a full basement and checked everywhere for a fire. I even woke up the poor house mom. Nothing there, no fire anywhere, and only I smelled smoke. No one else I woke up smelled anything. They thought I was having a nightmare. The next night, the same thing happens. I go through the same activity, waking up a bunch of guys and the house mom. Again, no fire anywhere, and they all attributed it to a nightmare, although I know I wasn't having nightmares. Next night, the same thing all over again. Now they're getting annoyed with me. Next night, I slept soundly all through the night. I was the very last guy out of 30 to wake up. When I did, all the other guys were very troubled. Everyone, and I, could smell smoke. The fraternity house just a block away from us had a bad fire around 1 a.m. 1 or 2 students even died. My friends all looked at me and asked how could I have slept through it. There were fire trucks, smoke everywhere, and sirens blaring all night. None of it woke me. We never spoke of it after that, but all my fraternity brothers knew I was trying to predict something, but I didn't get it accurate. I've always wondered what is the point of having such a predictive gift if it doesn't help anyone. It really annoys me that I couldn't help anyone avoid that tragedy. Something told me to be aware of a fire, but it didn't tell me when or where. What a shame. I mean, you said it right at the end, you have this gift, but it's not honed yet. Maybe it's not possible to hone it, I don't know. Maybe it is just an evolutionary fluke and it's not an imparted gift like a supernatural force gave you this. It's just the natural evolution of our brains, and well, problem with evolution is it's all about reproduction, so this kind of ability probably wouldn't help you reproduce more. It wouldn't spread any more than any other random mutation that doesn't affect reproduction. So evolution is probably the wrong word, but it's a mutation, most likely. So it's up to you to try to figure out how to hone it and apply it. And if you can't, it's not your fault. There's no guidebook on this, on how to activate your superpowers. Case file number 3088, written by Killer Jebby. 4 letters. I didn't believe in ghosts or anything like that, until one night I played a Ouija board with some friends and kept getting a specific 4-letter name. Fast forward about 2 months. So I've had a couple random things happen. At work, I had an entire shelf that was anchored in fall. TV randomly turned off while I was watching it. I didn't really think much of it. One night I was asleep. My room is upstairs in my house, and my girlfriend had already gone home. I felt something crouch down onto my bed and start whispering into my ear. Nothing understandable to me anyways. I was freaked out, but I waited roughly a week to tell my girlfriend about it, and when I did, her eyes went wide because she had stayed up the night previously. It sounded like someone was walking up the stairs and started trying to turn the knob. I keep my door locked, and she thought it was a potential burglar. She woke me up that night and just said someone was outside so I would check. One of my friends who is a Mormon elder and I think a priest came and blessed the house, and then we burned sage, hung sage, and salted all the windows. Haven't had anything happen since. Case file number 3089, written by Anonymous. Lightning over the dead shore. I took a trip to a small beach town on the East Coast with one of my best friends. One night, we decided that we wanted to take a walk on the beach because it was a landmark of some sort a ways down on the beach. So we started our walk, which was going to be about an hour. There was literally nobody on the beach because this wasn't a super touristy town, so it was very creepy, and about 20 minutes later, we started to see lightning and hear thunder in the distance. We ignored it and kept walking. Not long after that, my friend and I started to get the subconscious feeling that we were being watched and followed. We decided to turn around and head back to the beach house because I knew something was off. We get back to the Airbnb, lock all of the doors, and go to sleep. The next morning, when we turn on the news, we're in shock. 2 dead bodies were found on the shore, murdered, exactly where we were walking. I knew that if we would have kept going and not turned around, it would have been us, most likely. Trust your gut. That's literally just my motto. I guess it's a pretty common saying, but just get it imprinted on your shirt or whatever. Just trust your gut. It's right way more often than 50-50. Case following of 2090, written by Jaden Ruffle. The Emergency Tree. My house is next to a patch of woods that are about 6 miles thick. The patch is surrounded by neighborhoods, so it's common to see people on walks within the trails inside it. One afternoon, I went to do my usual thing, which was sitting in a particularly comfortable tree and reading. It was a Saturday, which is usually the busiest day for the area. Usually there's people going all around the place. And that was true up until maybe an hour into my book. I took a moment to look around, only to notice how quiet it was. I didn't hear anyone at all, which is very unusual. I kind of assumed it was just momentarily. I found myself waiting for someone to be in any way audible. I sat there for 2.5 hours and didn't hear anything whatsoever. At this point, I was feeling kind of creeped out with just how abandoned everything felt. I hadn't been paying attention to my phone, which I left on the floor near the tree, along with my lunch. I climbed down from the tree to pick up my phone. I had at least 40 missed calls and countless text messages from my family. But what really caught my attention was the emergency alert. My stomach dropped once I read it. A man had killed multiple people and was now roaming the town. The entire town had been locked down hours ago. I quickly gathered my things and ran back to my house. About halfway there, I briefly saw a man standing nearby a neighboring home. I don't know what the guy looked like, but I just had this gut feeling that he was the man. He didn't notice me, and I made it home safely. He luckily didn't get to anyone else within the time and was arrested soon after. Case following of 2091, written by RedStoner42069. Across the Fallen Log. Me and my friend saw this abandoned house just off the trail from this park. This wasn't a usual park. It had like a creek running through and trees everywhere, almost like a mini forest. We decided to go home and get flashlights. It was 10 p.m., so it was almost pitch black, and went back to the house. We saw a panel on the side of the wall was open. Maybe some people took the screws off the wood panel. I don't know, but we decided to keep in mind we're both 15 at the time, so we were very dumb. We go in and it's dark, but I look further in and there's a light bulb on in the room at the end of the hall. I tell him, "Hey Alex, that light is on, should we go see?" And we walk a bit, but then hear a noise and run out. We hear something louder and keep running for our lives. We run and have to get over the creek, and there's 2 ways, either walk over a fallen log like a tightrope kind of thing, or jump over some rocks that were laid out. We went across a tree because it was faster, got on our bikes and made it off, never even looking back for a second. Now, about a few weeks to a month later, my friend Alex and 3 others go back to that park to hang out, and they hear some screaming from the trees and they bolted. When we went with everyone, about a big group of 20 people, back the next day to the park, we saw a bag of clothes and shoes in the creek, and upon closer inspection, there was what appeared to be a lot of blood on the shirt. It was flucked up. I don't know if it was a sick joke or something happened, but I'm just glad none of us got hurt. We probably should have called the police, but we were too focused on getting out of there and processing it to even think about that. Case following 2092, written by Nottingale. An arm for my brother. Around 2005, when I was 8 years old, my family went to church very early in the morning since it was my baby brother's first birthday. Naturally, we went to eat at a fast food chain right after, and there were only our table and the other with customers a table away from us. The place was big and popular in a mall that has its own entrance, so they could operate earlier than mall hours. We were all seated and my brother was sitting in a high chair. Mom decided to take a video of him with her phone, a Nokia 3600. My mom suddenly went, "Hey, move your arms away from the baby," to my aunt who was sitting next to my brother. Aunt said, "I'm not touching him." My mom was kind of pissed as she was still seeing the arms during the recording and her sister insisted it wasn't her. When Mom watched the video, she showed it to us that there was an unfamiliar arm. I saw it clearly. It looked like the arm of a woman with a hanging striped red and white plastic sando bag. I knew there was no one around as I was looking at my baby brother while my mom recorded the video and no one was touching him. It looked so real, no wonder my mom thought it was her sis. But the skin tone was darker than my aunt's and we didn't come there holding any plastic bags. We also showed it to the crew exactly after we realized it was a ghost. Since then I believe in their existence. The video was never deleted on my mom's phone, but it was stolen at another mall. What is the flip, the switch, that makes a camera able to detect the arm but not your own visual sight, because the camera's detecting the same visual inputs? I don't know how to square that one. That seems beyond anything we can explain right now. If you could see it too, that wouldn't be that hard to explain to me. It's just, yeah, the ghost appeared for a moment and everyone could see it, natural, the camera and humans, but that there's input that human eyes can't see, and yet the camera can from a phone. I mean, yeah, there are cameras that can pick up on UV light and infrared light and stuff like that, but this is just a Nokia 3600 phone. I don't think it was doing anything like spectacular like that. Case file number 3093, written by Gilgamesh vs Humbaba, The Golden Passenger. This happened to me in the summer of 2016. I used to work in a warehouse that stored frozen foods, biological samples that needed to be frozen at all times until they were used and the like. The point of this information is that to work in a place like that, I had to wear a big, thick, warm coat. Once I left work, I'd shed the giant coat and throw it in the passenger seat of my eco-lined van. Now to the story. I left work and made my way home, driving through city traffic, getting ready to hit the highway. I'm zoning out at a red light and I'm just kind of staring out of my windshield, waiting for the light to change, when all of a sudden I see the strangest thing. As I'm sitting at the light, I see an orange-golden amorphous cloud on top of one of the trees lining the street, just sitting above a giant limb, floating. At first I think I'm seeing things, or the light from the sun is being filtered oddly through the tree. But then I noticed it getting bigger, and I'm a bit confused. I then realize it's not getting bigger, but in actuality it's floating down toward me. I'm sitting there in awe, wondering what this thing is, when the light changes and I slowly hit the gas, reluctantly driving forward, thinking that whatever this thing is, I'll never see it again. I was wrong. As I'm slowly driving forward, it's flying toward me and is close to making contact with my windshield. It's almost like it's shocking. I can see it and I'm just as curious as I am about the whole situation. As I'm moving forward and it's moving toward me, we're bound to meet in the middle. At the time, I'd never really dealt with anything like that before, and I didn't know what to expect. I can say, though, that this thing was giving off positive, curious vibes, nothing malevolent or coming from a place of manipulation. I expect to make contact with it, and since it appears like an orange-golden gaseous light, I expect it to come in through the windshield like I'd imagine a ghost would, easily passing through it without an issue. I unfortunately was wrong. As soon as this being hits the windshield, I actually hear a cracking sound. It was so unexpected. I heard a loud crack as it made contact. I then expected at least a small fracture in the windshield, but nothing. For a second I thought it had made contact with the car and couldn't pass through and left. If that is where everything ended, I would have somehow convinced myself it happened in a different way. It was sunlight, not a being, etc., etc. As I'm driving, and right before I hit the entry ramp to the highway, I notice my huge winter work coat sitting next to me is shaking all over. I know this sounds completely insane, but it all happened as I'm telling it. The coat is shaking like a scared or hurt animal. It's not making extreme movements or anything, but it definitely is shaking. Imagine a scared dog and how it curls up in a ball and shakes all over uncontrollably. That's exactly what my coat was doing. I knew that whatever that being was now in my van and sitting on and in my coat. I have no other way to describe the situation. It just kept shaking. So instead of getting on the highway, I pulled into a Home Depot parking lot and just sat there talking to this entity, telling it that it was okay. I know this sounds completely insane, I felt crazy, but I tried to console it like I would a crying child or a scared animal. I put my hand on my coat and petted the coat, but at the moment I was focused on calming whatever it was in my van and letting it know it would be okay. I held an arm off the coat like I was holding someone's hand or paw and just sat there in that parking lot, watching as the shaking slowly ceased. I then explained I was heading home and had to take the highway, and I'd be going pretty fast and that it could leave if it wanted. I even opened the door for it. On the way home, I kept replaying the whole thing over in my head and thought about how crazy the whole thing was. I also knew that if I hadn't experienced it, I wouldn't believe it. I thought I'd never see this being again, but again I was wrong. Shortly after this, I started noticing an orange, cat-like being in places cats are to be expected, and places where cats aren't to be expected. First on the road driving back and forth to work, different points on the road, and at first I didn't put two and two together. Then I saw it in my parking lot at home. I then saw the same looking being in the freezer at my warehouse. I realized that what I had experienced was unique, and that this cat being I was seeing was related to that experience. I still doubted myself until I came home from work one day, and my girlfriend told me that she thought she'd seen a weird-looking orange cat in the house. I of course told her some of what happened with the windshield and coat the day it happened, but didn't go into elaborate detail because I knew it sounded completely insane. I definitely didn't tell her I thought an orange cat ghost type thing was following me around. I still see him to this day, and she does as well. He seems to have become quite attached to us. I have no idea why, but we've accepted him as well. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I'm seeing it constantly or even daily or weekly, but I do see it at least every few months. I've woken up to it walking along the floor on two legs, peeking over at us like a little kid would to see if we've woken up yet in the morning. It's always orange golden and always somewhat transparent. My girlfriend and I have both compared notes and we both agree it's cat-like, but humanoid, varies in size from adult cat size to, I guess, a small primate? Golden orange with 2 or 3 black tabby cat-like stripes that circle its belly and back. Sometimes it looks completely like an orange and yellow tabby with 3 black stripes, while at other times it's definitely more humanoid with cat-like traits. It's always small though, cat size to toddler size. Even when we don't see him, we know he's always close. I have no idea what he actually is, but I think he's a type of puka. I also consider him family now. At first I thought I was losing it, but when my girlfriend saw him too, I felt better knowing that there was some substance to this being, and it wasn't because of some mental disorder. It's never attempted communication as far as vocally or telepathically. It gives off a vibe for sure, though, and I can pick up on it rather quickly. I've never been fearful of it. Like I said, we think of it as family. After my experience with it, I started researching and reading about the fae, animal spirits, ghosts, etc., trying to figure out what was going on. I don't really share the story with anyone, and in fact my girlfriend is the only one that knows the entire story. That is until now. And in case anyone is wondering where this happened, in Kansas City, Missouri. Thanks. This is a very sweet story, and it harkens back to the idea of the question of, do pets and animals have souls? And I think, yeah, some of them do. Much like humans, it's just not all of them. There could be placeholders, creations from the simulation that exist to fill out and pad the world, but there are real players too. And makes you wonder, can you actively choose to become a pet in the real world you just load in. Like, do you want to be a human? Do you want to be an alien? Do you want to be a cat, a dog, and so on and so forth? I wouldn't want to be an animal that is being farmed or anything. Hopefully those are all placeholders. I don't know. But yeah, okay, so pets, some of them have souls. And in that case, if they die, they could leave behind an imprint just like we do. In that case, and yeah, this could just be a golden imprint. I like to think that the color of the imprint matters. A golden color obviously evokes warmth and kindness, even almost chivalry, like a bulwark against the evils in the world. So this entity, let's just say this morsel of a soul, was, even if it was a pet, protective. Case file number 3094, written by ID 9821. The Roiling Blackness. Many people are familiar with the Dark Man, as I've heard it called, where you see a tall man in all black in your periphery, but when you turn to look, there's no one. What happened to my best friend, we will call him L, and me, was similar to that, but different in some very significant and creepy ways. It was a hot and cloudless August day. 3 other friends, L and I, were playing hacky sack in front of my house. L was to my right in the circle. One of the people across from the 2 of us was juggling the haystack, and we were paying attention for when he'd pass it. As we watched, I felt and saw in my peripheral vision a void. Not a person, just an empty yet roiling blackness. I yelled and leaped to my left to get away and turned to the void to get a look at it. The only thing I see is L. He jumped to his right and yelled at the same time I did. I, of course, asked if he saw that. He's like, "Nope, fuck everything about that." He doesn't say anything more on it, runs into his house and says he's staying in for the rest of the day. It was like 3 p.m. The other 3 had no idea what we were talking about. They hadn't seen a thing. This happened close to 30 years ago, and we still talk about it from time to time. Oh, reminds me of the black dot. Maybe a quickly appearing and then corrected one? The black dots could be aberrations of space-time and the simulation, but I imagine much like cancer, they can be corrected and are corrected very quickly, but maybe not always so quickly that you can't perceive them briefly. Though I don't think this has anything to do with the theory or the folktale of the Dark Man. Case file number 3095, written by Nims Oz. Concrete and Miracles. Me and my friend B were in our last year of high school, and that day our teacher hadn't come to class, so we were just hanging out outside. There were these tables made of concrete, and I decided to take a nap there. You know when you just lay on your arms, but I forgot my glasses were in my shirt pocket, so when I woke up, they were totally messed up, like the lenses were dragged across concrete, which sort of happened, due to the rubbing against the table. I recall freaking out because these were extremely expensive. My friend saw them too and was just messing with me because my mom would end me. Needless to say, I didn't tell my mom and just went with my life with crappy vision and scraped glasses. Here's the thing. I don't know how long after it happened, but one day I was messing with my glasses and noticed there were no scratches. It was like it was brand new. So I FaceTimed my friend and she agreed with me that the glasses had been indeed flucked up before, and she was kind of freaked out when I showed her how they look now. I was sitting at the concrete table again. Case file number 3096, written by IHOP Holocaust. The twinge in my chest. In the 7th grade, my grandma, who had dementia, was kind of nearing the end of her life. We all knew it was going to happen within the next year or so. She was 93 and had a good run, just wasn't up and about like she used to. I was in a school assembly at about 9:30 a.m. I just remember getting a weird twinge in my chest, and had the thought, it's time. I shot up and ran to the principal's office and asked him to use the phone because my grandma is about to die. The principal and I were well acquainted. I was a troubled kid and I spent a lot of time in detention with the guy. I'm guessing my face or voice was enough for him to not inquire, because he just handed me the phone. My mother had been staying with grandma, making her meals and cleaning her up. She answered the phone. Typical, "What's going on now, honey?" I cut her off and told her to check on my grandma. The phone was silent for the longest minute of my life, and when my mom spoke, there was a long sigh and pause. I just watched her take her last breath. She's not with us anymore. My grandma was an amazing lady and had a huge impact on my life. We spent a lot of time together and were very close, so to me, it makes sense that I had some sort of feeling she was departing. Spent the rest of the day in her room waiting for the folks from the morgue to pick her up. Case file number 3097, written by Nyler Pyler, Scooting in the Dark. About 3 years ago, my friend invited me to help watch his uncle's place, as his uncle traveled occasionally for work. This place was like an hour outside of our medium-ish city, so honestly it was a nice getaway from civilization during a really stressful time, so I excitedly said yes. After I arrived, he told me he only invited me because he'd been hearing crap move in the house for the last 2 days. I took a look around the place and it was certifiably creepy. The nearest houses were almost out of eyesight, and there was a graveyard across a field way past the backyard. While playing games that night, we heard something in the kitchen move, and we both went to investigate. We didn't see what moved, but while we were both kind of scanning the kitchen, we both saw at the exact same time a toolbox just scooting along the floor. It was one of the strangest things I've ever experienced, and I've thought really hard about how it could have rationally happened. We sardined it for the next 2 days, and he never watched that fucking place again. Case file number 3098, written by One Fell Swoop, 70. The Empty Hand. Last year, while I was a passenger in my girlfriend's car, I had my jewel in my hand as I was talking, and when I finished my sentence, I noticed it was gone. I don't remember dropping it or putting it down, and when we reached our destination, we both felt around under the car seats and couldn't find it. I was wearing basketball shorts with no pockets, so I could not put it in my pocket. It was rainy, so we never put down the windows. Well, I've got about a dozen jewel devices, so it was no big deal, except that we were both just mystified by its disappearance because she clearly remembered seeing it in my hand. We shined flashlights under the seats, took out the floor mats, vacuumed the interior, but it never showed up. Now, I've dropped these things between my car seats before, and a lot of times it ends up in the grooves of that metal rail thingy that your car seat is attached to. We checked those, and it wasn't there either. About 2 weeks ago, I remembered that I had once bought one of those neodymium fishing magnets, which I had never gotten around to using, and thought it would be useful in locating my missing jewel. The magnet pulled out a lot of metal crap from the darkest recesses of the car, loose screws, staples, etc., but the jewel device was not among them. It was as if it vanished right out of my hand without either of us noticing it. DOPs, when they happen in real time, when you're actually holding the object, that's the most fascinating and of course the rarest event. Not returning, this is a true classic error code event, I think. Case file number 3099, written by Snape2255. The Place You Shouldn't Step Into. 2 stories. The first happened when I was a teenager. The second a couple years ago. First one. I used to feel uncomfortable regularly in my parents' old apartment. It was on the top of its block, with the only thing above us an attic that we had access to and needed a tall ladder. For years I used to hear footsteps above me at nighttime, like heavy military-style boots. The flat already felt rather creepy. The worst occasion was when I was sitting up in the evening, playing games on my computer at the back of my room. I began to feel incredibly uneasy and felt as if something or someone was staring at me and watching me. This feeling emanated from the same spot in the room each time, a spot near the door. It was so intense that I kept turning around and looking at this exact spot over a period of time whilst on my computer because I felt so uncomfortable. Eventually, I decided to get a glass of water from the kitchen. I grabbed my glass and went to walk out of the room. An important note here is that we had 2 cats at the time, neither of which made any remote habit of being near my room often. I had to walk past the spot I felt something in to get out of my room, and as I did, I froze at the sight of both of my cats sitting in the hallway, staring into my room. Both cats briefly looked up at me, then looked back to a spot in my room, the exact spot where I felt something was watching me from. I freaked out and spent the rest of the night on the sofa in the living room, not sleeping at all. My cats never bothered to sit there and watch again, nor did I ever get that feeling, at least not that intensely, ever again. Second story. A couple years ago, myself and my girlfriend, now wife, were looking after my mom's dog for a while. I would often walk the dog if she was at work and I was off, or she was unable to for any reason. Nearby to us was a little woods that we used to go through. This wood was split into two distinct parts, with a fence separating either half. All public access though, the path wasn't blocked. We'd walked through the woods, both halves, dozens of times before. On this particular occasion, it was just me and her dog, a Springer Spaniel, so not small and quite confident. We'd happily walked through the first half of the woods and were approaching the second half, where the fence ran up to the next path. My stomach dropped. I suddenly felt incredibly uneasy and uncomfortable. I was staring into this second half of the woods and simply had this gut feeling that I absolutely should not go into it, no matter what. One thing that stuck with me here as well is that the dog, who is usually walking slightly ahead and trying to lead the way, was also not keen on going forward and wanted to turn around. We did just that, turned around and went back, walking rather quickly and looking back on myself as I was going. When we'd gotten back, I couldn't shake the restlessness, and it actually haunted me for the rest of the day. I felt fear and paranoia for the entire day, to the point where the paranoia made me skeptical of my own girlfriend that evening when I was trying to sleep, as if she was planning to physically hurt me. I don't know why, and I couldn't shake it at all. I eventually got to sleep, woke up, and was all fine. That sickening feeling had gone. The next day in the woods, that feeling wasn't there. I do, however, remember a weird smell coming from that half of the woods whilst walking through it not long after, like the smell of death. There were also random small animal corpses that began to be hung on trees around there every now and then, rabbits, etc. It was a horribly strange sensation and one I'd be happy not to experience again. It felt like danger in that I had to get away, and I'm very glad I trusted my gut. Once more, trust your gut. It's like that meme of the rainbow words emerging. Yeah, listen to your gut. It's not always right, but often enough. I wonder what on earth the dead, hanging corpses of animals are about. Is someone going into the forest doing that, or is it an entity beyond just the mundane human affairs? Case file number 3100, written by C. Roletto 1812. The interview that bent time. I run multiple online stores on the big platforms for clothes. eBay deposits are the only three relevant, but I'm not plugging my store. I won't mention the names. Every night at the end of my day, I jump on my stores to work and manage everything. I always try to find an interesting interview to listen to while I work. If you're trying to sell a shirt on 4 platforms and it sells on one, you have to remove it from the other 3. Simple stuff. Accepting an offer on children's Chahar coat. I take a look at what's sold between the 3, removing what's sold on the other 2. I find my rhythm, I'm listening to the interview, I'm getting everything ready for shipping tomorrow. I get a plan together after all the other work on the stores in what feels like 45 minutes, not extremely long but not short. I can clearly remember the interview going and going. I look at how long I've been working by checking how long I'm watching the interview for. Well, I was only watching this interview for 3 minutes? There is absolutely no way I was able to get so much accomplished between so many different platforms, listening to what I know for sure was way more than 3 minutes. The interview was one solid interview, clocking in at 90 minutes. I don't have a loop on my TV. I sat right in front of it while I managed my business. So here's some more weirdness. The offer I accepted is still active, as if I never accepted it after remembering clearly writing a thank you message to the username of the buyer. But all the other offers I sent went through, and one of the offers I sent during this time dilution did sell. We've all had situations where, the whole Einstein time is relative thing applies. Time seems to pass slower or faster than you expect. But when you have documented evidence, via in this case a video, where you can be certain that a certain amount of time passed, well, reality seems to disagree. Who are we to argue with reality? I think it's just that reality is weird, that's all. Ultimately, reality is reality, and I guess we have to defer to it. So if there's anomalies, then it's not that our perception is skewed, it's that reality has anomalies in it, and we just have to deal with it. Case file number 3101, written by Archer 1453, The Black Sea of Mustang Island. Short and sweet. Being on an unlit stretch of the coast-facing beach that was several miles away from the closest major source of light, the family had scored a weekend at a well-off friend's beach house down by Port Aransas, Texas. There's a natural reserve area south of there called Mustang Island. Because of its existence as an unpopulated and mostly rural part of an otherwise very busy coastline, the stretches of beach there have less infrastructure and, at that time, had no seaside lighting whatsoever. I woke up unexpectedly late at night and couldn't fall back asleep, so I decided to go outside for a smoke. It was the first night we stayed there, and I hadn't realized that the only ground level door was one of those button combination locks, and so I was locked out. In one of those perfectly inconvenient situations, my phone had also begun to die, and by the time I started my way back inside, it had died. It was late at night, close to 5 a.m., so I thought maybe I'd just be able to nod off in the doorway or something, but decided I might as well go see the beach at night, something I'd never really done before. It was also either a cloudy night or a new moon, so considerably dark. Got past the sandbar, and all I could see was pitch black. It was so uncanny. The immediate and obvious concerns of a lone person being on an unmonitored stretch of beach didn't really register. The hutch of houses the place we were staying in did have some lights, but behind the sandbar they were almost non-existent. That was genuinely the most unsettling, hauntingly alluring experience of nature I've ever had. The image of the sheer blackness compared to the yellow-orange streetlights behind the sandbar seared into my brain. But the real fear is that I felt something was out there in that deep black. I mean, when I say it was beautiful, but I don't think I ever want to see a body of water unlit ever again. This reminds me of a story, nothing supernatural, but just of people who live on offshore oil rigs or who go on cruise ships and stuff like that, or just on ships in general that are out in the deep sea. When there's no moon out, and it's cloudy, it is so pitch black dark, and you see the roiling and the sound of the ocean, the waves. Something about that is so immensely terrifying because of the vastness of it. The vastness of the dark ocean that can just swallow you and like you're nothing. And I could certainly imagine that you could feel a presence out there, even if there's nothing there, because of how terrifying the dark ocean is. It's too big, way too big, and so deep. Case file number 3102, written by @MZ, The Spirit in the Vacuum. When I was a teenager in the 90s, for a few months, weird, unexplainable stuff started happening in the house. Scratching noises, taps suddenly turned on full blast when I was the only one home, toilets flushing by themselves, the radio suddenly switched on but only playing static. It always happened when I was the only one around, so I thought I was just imagining things. One night, however, I heard a man's footsteps, but I got up and checked and there was no one there. Yes, I am that character in the horror movie that dies. Anyway, this was all super weird, but I never told anyone. I don't know why, but I honestly thought my mind was just playing tricks on me, especially because one day it all just suddenly stopped. No more weird crap. I lived there for 3 more years, and my mom still lives in the house, and I stay there once a year. 2 years ago, after the COVID lockdowns, I went to visit my sister, who is 2 years younger than me. We're both around 40 at this point, and for the first time we start talking about the weird noises in the house we grew up in. Turns out, she heard them too. She told me that she and her friend decided to do a Ouija board one day and thought they were talking to something, some sort of male spirit, or God knows what. Apparently, after the Ouija board session, the noises and weird crap started happening. My sister heard the things I heard, but also heard footsteps on the roof. The thing she told me that creeped me out the most was that one day she was getting ready for work and was quickly vacuuming her room. She accidentally vacuumed up a pair of underwear and pulled apart the vacuum to find them and went through the dust bag, but they weren't there. She was like, "Fuck this, I'm going to be late," so went to have a shower. She came back from the shower to find the underwear laid out on her bed, completely clean, and not like they'd just been in a vacuum. My sister's friend got so freaked out about everything that she told my mom. I had no clue any of this had happened. So of course at this point in the conversation with my sister, I am slightly freaked out. So I messaged my mom and asked her if she remembered anything weird happening in the house when we were teenagers. My mom is almost 80 now and very religious. I expected her to say she didn't remember anything, but she said she remembered the cats meowing at the ceiling a lot, and she also experienced the taps and toilets flushing. When my sister's friend told my mom that she and my sister had done a Ouija board together, she went to the library and did some research, and in her words, prayed and cast a spirit into the river. There's a large fast-flowing river a block from our house. I knew nothing about any of this, just that for me the experiences started and then suddenly stopped. Case file number 3103, written by Loso 2200, Security Shift with the Dead. I was working in a different country, doing security at the airport. I was new, and the guy I was partnered with had been there for a few years. He said he was sleepy and if I could keep a lookout while he napped. About 30 minutes into his nap, I looked up from my study book and could see the outline of a person under a light. The person started to walk, then a cheetah sprinted about 200 meters in 3 seconds and stopped under a different light. I'm sitting there like, what the fluck? I looked at the guy who was sleeping and decided not to wake him because I didn't want to be the crazy new guy. I try to keep reading, but I can't, so I start to look around. As I'm looking out of the passenger side, it's a Ford 250 truck with 4 doors. I look at the passenger side mirror and see an old man sitting behind me. I look for eyes for about 7 seconds and I still remember the face in detail, the wrinkles and gray hair. I look away and look back and the image is gone. About 2 months later, one of my coworkers was talking about seeing ghosts at work and I told my story. To my surprise, no one doubted me and simply said there's a crematory right outside the fence. They all at some point saw something crazy. Case file number 3104, written by Pessimistic, Acrylic Deja Vu. Back in September of 2021, I had just started working with a girlfriend from high school. We were both 20 years old. She had just gotten her nails done, acrylics, remember this for later. They were a cute white with black cow print that the nail tech physically painted on. I was moving and wanted to do some window shopping, and my girlfriend said she'd come with me to Ross. We're walking around and chatting, and I step on something that makes a crunch noise. At first I was like, what the fluck? I look down, and there's a plastic nail that you can glue on the floor, face down, so I can't see the print. I looked at my girlfriend for a minute because this was not the first time I've had a nail matrix happen. I told her, I swear to God, if I flip this nail and it's your pattern, I'm gonna start tripping. And sure enough, I flip it over and it's the exact same cow print pattern on her nails. I literally couldn't believe it. She was clearly wearing acrylics and this one was not acrylic, but the same pattern. And no, we're not under the influence of anything, just 2 girls shopping at a store. Case file number 3105, written by Anonymous, A Touch from 1960. When I was 17, I was on a college tour with my mom and a group of about 20 other people. We were walking around campus and past the dorm building. This was years ago, before people worried about strangers getting into the building, so one of the doors was propped open. Our tour guide asked if we'd like to go inside and see the dorm rooms, and one of the girls said yes, so we did. As we were walking down the hallway, I suddenly felt a hand on my throat. Its grip was tight, and I stopped and leaned against the wall as I coughed, trying to breathe. The tour stopped as people realized I was choking, and everyone was looking at me as it suddenly went away, just as fast as it happened. I was rubbing my throat and freaking out internally as the tour guide asked if I was alright. I nodded a little and gave my concerned mom a confused look. We headed back outside and our tour guide decided we would take a little break. As people sat on benches and got drinks of water from a nearby fountain, the tour guide came over to ask again if I was okay. I said, "Yeah, I don't know what happened. All of a sudden I felt like somebody was choking me, but it's okay now." The tour guide's eyes went wide and she said, "Oh my God, are you serious? Back in the 60s, this was an all-girls dorm, and one night a guy broke in and strangled one of the girls in the bathroom." We stared at each other in confused shock. To this day, I've never had another experience as physical as that one. Yeah, this is what happens when a spirit reads too much 50 Shades of Grey. Oh man. Case file number 3106, written by Bogartir of Morom. The Magistrate in the Files. I work in a courthouse. When this happened, it was before Christmas. Most of the staff were on leave, and I was working with some other staff that were still working. The courthouse was calm, and it wasn't that busy. I worked normally, and I was alone. I felt the sensation that I was being watched by something or someone. I looked behind me, and I know that my workmate did not get out from here, but from the other side, and she was on leave. I have shelves behind me, loaded with files, and as I was working, all the files behind me fell on the floor. I immediately told my superior, and one colleague who worked at the ladder told me when they were working on the tile, laying and rebuilding one of the courthouses after World War II, people had found a closed room, closed with bricks, and they opened it. They found a full skeleton of someone who was buried alive during the reign of the knights. I am no stranger to the paranormal, and other people spoke about other paranormal activities that happened there. When I visited a bookshop near the ladder, I found a book, and I looked online for the ladder. I found out that a priest was buried alive because he broke the law, and so many people saw the ladder, and I found out that I was another witness. The ghost was nicknamed the Magistrate by me, but the book was only the tip of the iceberg, as 6 other ghosts were seen by other staff members. Now he is known as the Priest. So I think this is referring to Latter-day Saints, like the priests in that religion. I don't know much about it, but yeah, seeing ancient ghosts is always going to be trippy. Interesting, especially when they're bound to religion. Aren't you supposed to be in heaven? Or is it just that a fragment is left behind? It's all an imprint, but the real spirit is gone. Case file number 3107, written by Adventurous B 3881. The Pale Visitor at My Window. I encountered a bean's side when I was 14. I was visiting my grandfather as he was sick with a vicious lung disease caused by too many years of smoking cigarettes and age slowing his ability to fight it. So I was spending time with him for a few weeks, much of my family was. One night, as I was laying in bed contemplating my life, I heard this sort of sound from out of my window. At this point, I had checked my clock and it was 1:30 in the morning. I proceed to look out the window, and in the trees in a field to the front of my home, this white figure was walking towards my house. She was making this low, sobbing noise. Suddenly, she appeared at my window, wailing this terrible, ear-bleeding scream, and everything went black. I woke up the next morning to my parents telling me my grandfather had passed away in the night. Then I realized in my grief what I had experienced the night before. This figure was a beanside, or the banshee, to the people who don't speak the Irish language. In my language, it means the woman of the mound. She is a wraith or spirit associated with death and is an omen of death. She came to me to warn me, but I didn't understand what the message was. But now I do, and I will wait for her return when my life comes to an end. Case file number 3108, written by Rockstar Ego 82. Warped Under Golden Arches. So when I was like 9 or 10 years old, my grandparents and I had just left Walmart and went to McDonald's to get some food for the drive home. We went inside and I used the restroom. My grandma said she would wait on me outside the door. When I came out, she was gone. She wasn't in line, in the dining room, nowhere. I thought, no biggie, I'll just go to the car where my grandma was waiting. Maybe she's there. I get outside and the car is gone. Like totally gone. Just a couple cars in the parking lot. I start to freak out and go back inside and ask the worker if she had seen my grandma. She said, no, you walked in just now and that's the first I've seen you, but there's been no old ladies here. I started to panic as something just felt completely wrong. I grabbed a payphone in the vestibule, it was the 80s, on the opposite side of the restaurant and called my grandparents' phone number at their house. A man answered. No one should have answered the phone. No other men lived there. No one should have been home. I lived with them, so I knew. I got scared and hung up the phone before I could say anything. I ran back inside and through the restaurant to the doors on the other side of the building where I'd originally come in. I looked outside the door and there was my grandpa sitting, waiting exactly where I left him. Then I turned back and there was my grandma coming towards me at the door with a bag of food. We went to the car and left like normal. I'm not sure what happened during the time I was inside the restaurant, but I can without a doubt say the car was gone when I looked. My grandma was not in the restaurant as I was looking for her, and a man did answer the phone at their house when I called. It was like I warped out of reality for 5 minutes, then popped back in. This sounds like an accidental universe transfer, where you get the dead pocket server where no one is around. In this case, it feels more real than quantum immortality and just universal sight. You are interacting with too much. So it's almost like you were ported to a different universe, but you weren't supposed to be, and then you were summarily returned. And I think the key evidence of that is the workers said they had never even seen you, even before. They would have already seen you because you did go inside to go to the restroom. I mean, maybe they missed you, but most likely they would have seen you. So I think that is key evidence that it's just a different universe. Why you were moved there and brought back, I don't know. There could be bureaucratic errors in the real world dealing with the simulation and its people or its occupants. That's funny to think about bureaucracy being the source of many glitches. Case file number 3109, written by Caliber Green. The night froze a woman's voice. In the early morning hours, about 35 to 40 years ago, I was in a conversation with my mother, night owl as well, after coming back from work. Mid-teens often close up the restaurant. At some point, I heard a blood-curdling scream from outside that stretched on for a good 5 seconds while my mother kept chatting away, apparently unaware of the sound. In a more than slightly freaked out mode, I jumped up, opened the front door at the same time the front door of a house facing ours was being yanked open too, and a shadowy male figure took off, leaving the door open. My mother joined me at the door, asking me what was happening, and I pointed to the house across the street as I told her that our neighbors had just probably been burglarized or assaulted and to call the police. She went to grab the wireless landline phone and came back as police confirmed being on the way. While we waited on the front lawn, unsure whether to go over or not, I asked my mother if she'd heard the scream, and she said she had not. The intensity and volume of the scream made me question her hearing, but at that time, a lady exited the house in question, looking frantically around. Seeing us, she came straight for us, asking for help, and we invited her in while my mother remained on the phone, updating the dispatcher about the situation. Our neighbor explained that she'd just woken up in the night, felt something was off, and tried to unsuccessfully turn on a lamp. As she was fumbling about, she realized there was someone in the room with her and she froze, sitting up in bed. She went on, saying that her mind was trying to scream for help and her mouth simply refused to comply. She was unable to move, frozen in fear, and kept trying to scream out, panic keeping its hold on her body, but nothing was coming out except a groan. The man in her bedroom noticed she was awake and ran off through the front door at that point, which is what I witnessed. I glanced at my mother, who was looking at me intently now, and when the neighbor mentioned what luck it was that we were outside at that time of night, I mentioned the end of my shift as the reason. I never brought up that I heard the scream, and tiptoed around the topic when my mother brought it up as daylight was coming up. I feigned being tired, an overactive imagination, and more bullcrap that I can't recall. We talked about it later, but at the time I was just too freaked out to discuss things. Cops scoured the house, found evidence of a B&E at a basement window, the main breaker being off, dirty footprints on the bedroom carpet, no belongings missing. The suspect was never found, unfortunately, as it was assumed it could have been someone who was aware her husband was away that night. Case file number 3110, written by Anonymous. A final goodbye in beeps. One of my best friends had passed away in a house fire. The night after he had died, I was home alone, mopping around when the fire alarms in my bedroom, where I had been reading quietly, started going off. Like, not just a beep, but the full-blown alarm. I changed out the batteries, checked the expiration date, everything was fine. Put it back and about 10 minutes later, it started going off again. I was genuinely freaked out at this point. I remembered we had an extra carbon monoxide detector in our basement and figured maybe the alarm had both, and since there wasn't an obvious fire, maybe it was carbon monoxide. I checked the CO detector, replaced the batteries, and brought it upstairs, but it didn't go off. I set it aside, figured maybe it would take a minute, and left the room just in case. Came back an hour or so later, no alarms. Okay, weird, but whatever. Yet the minute I sat it back down in my bedroom, thinking it was just an incredibly weird coincidence, the fire alarm went off a third and final time. Never went off again after that, aside from it being tested when we changed out the batteries again later that week, or when some cooking in the kitchen got out of hand. It was definitely a functional fire detector. The timing after my friend's death was just unsettling. Case file number 3111, written by Shim0208 Tofu. Knocks, Cats, and Ghosts. My native place is in a very rural type of area, away from urban places, and some unexplainable things happened when I visited last year. Firstly, whenever I went to sleep at night, 4 to 5 hours in, there would always be a weird knocking on the window in front of the bed that would last for around a minute or so. The curtains were always drawn, but whenever I woke up to this knocking, I would either be too scared or too tired to go and investigate. And then there was this paranormal activity going around the house. Rocks and pebbles were thrown out of literal midair at the heads of my relatives. And I tell you that it didn't have any explanation. The cameras only caught them just flying out of midair, almost like there was someone invisible throwing it intentionally at the residents of our house. Then I was playing chess with my cousin when a huge rock, the size of my fist, fell beside me from above, where there was nothing but the smooth, plain marble ceiling. If it would have fallen a little bit to the left, I would have been badly injured. And then the thing that creeped me out the most was whenever the sun went down, these cats who live near the house started making these eerie sounds, not normal purring, but it almost seemed like they were warning us of something. After all these events, we called priests and installed better security, and these episodes have since reduced. I honestly had no belief in ghosts until this incident. Case file number 3112, written by Finch2121. Safe, only in the light. Late one night, after work, I was walking home from a train station. I had to walk through a commercial shopping area, all the stores were closed, and there was no one around. My neighborhood is generally safe, and at this point in time I had not experienced anything sketchy, but for some reason I was on edge. When I walked past a gas station, I saw 3 men standing beside the building and immediately felt that something was off. I had an unshakable feeling that they were going to try to hurt me. I'm a small woman, so the number of guys was extremely alarming. I quickly changed my direction and hurried towards a grocery store which still had its lights on. I noticed one of the men started following me. I moved faster, and another guy who appeared from behind a corner of a building pretty much out of nowhere was also behind me. Luckily, once I made it to a well-lit area and called my husband, they stopped and loitered near a random car, then went back to the gas station. The feeling I had before was so eerie, and the fear of being followed is indescribable. Unfortunately, this is not the last time I've had to deal with something like this. The feeling I get beforehand has saved me each time. So once again, humans proving to be the greatest threat to other humans, not demons or ghosts or anything like that. But our best defense is trusting our gut, and that's what you did, so props to you, good job. Case file number 3113, written by Plasmic Steve. A song for the one who never practiced. Last summer, my son and I were out driving, and I was telling him about when I was in my elementary school band back in the early 80s. My current band was playing an acoustic show, and I had brushes for drums in the front seat of my car, which is what prompted the discussion. They were the same pair of brushes I got back in 4th grade. I told my son about how 3 of us in the school were drummers, and I was the one who really practiced. Another kid kind of practiced, and a 3rd kid never did, so when we had individual lessons with our band director, it was always rough because the kid couldn't read the music, and our director had to very gently prompt him as to why that was important. Sometimes he would cry, which was hard to be around in the tiny rehearsal room. I went to a large school system, and I hadn't seen this guy since high school graduation, but I really didn't interact with him much in middle and high school. He wasn't a friend, and I hadn't thought about him much in decades. No more than any other people I had limited connections with during school, or talked about him over the years. As we were pulling into the place we were going to, my phone started to buzz in my pocket. As soon as we parked, I pulled it out, and a friend from school had messaged me saying that guy had died in a car accident the night before. The severing of his mortal coil sent a ripple throughout people who knew him, even people that were not deeply connected. Fascinating though, because we do often get that impression when someone is departing, you could say. Even if we don't know them well. It might come as a bout of depression. It may not be so obvious like in this case. But obvious enough, I think, if we're paying attention. Case file number 3114, written by Hectorit Otin G. When Shadows Hunt the Light. My two older brothers and I are alone in our grandparents' house since both of our grandparents and my parents went to a church service around 5 in the morning. The religion my family belonged to is a local religion that lets you attend church very early in the morning, though there are also services in broad daylight. My brother slept inside my grandparents' room while I slept in the living room. Not enough room back then. I already woke up as the adults prepared to leave for the church service, so by the time they left, I was already half awake. My grandparents' house has basically 3 partitions which are adjacent to each other: the kitchen, living room, and the single bedroom, grandparents. Additionally, the house's flooring is made up of wood, and the flooring is not directly attached to the ground. It was sort of hanging more than a meter above the ground, so human footsteps would make stomping sounds. Remember, we lived in a safe and a tight-knit rural community, and we still had no electricity back then, so the only light source inside our house was a gas lamp placed right outside the doorless grandparents' room where my older brother slept. Since I was already close to fully waking up, I was basically just staring at the ceiling while still lying in bed. Occasionally, I would stare right at the single lamp illuminating the entire house. But after minutes of staring at the entire room I was in, I noticed that the curtain that serves as a door for the kitchen was moving intensely. I first thought it was caused by wind. The curtain was moving for a few seconds, and then suddenly a dark silhouette was moving inside the living room I was in, without lifting the curtain at all, which scares me a lot at this point. I thought it was a burglar, but I suddenly noticed something. The silhouette was floating, since I didn't notice the floor shaking or making a sound while the figure was moving from the kitchen to the living room. The dark figure or silhouette is completely black. No face can be seen or what. It's like a human shadow walking in 3 dimensions. The moment the dark silhouette entered the living room, it turned its completely dark face, looks like a human's face shadow. We know it's a face because of its outline, but the facial feature is not there. Right to me. The dark figure was staring at me probably for a few seconds, but it felt like a whole minute to me. Then it proceeds to the single lamp that was put outside in my grandparents' room, and the figure was blowing on it like it was trying to put off the fire produced in the lamp. I didn't count how many blows the figure did since I was literally peeing my pants. I was so scared that I couldn't even speak a single sound. After like a full minute, I think, the dark figure, unable to put off the fire, walked right through the kitchen's curtain without making a single sound throughout the whole incident. I kept my silence, since I don't know what it would do to me if I made a single sound. I didn't even move my body, even many minutes after the dark silhouette left. I calmed down the moment I knew the sun was already rising. I slept right after it. I did tell my brothers and parents what happened, but they dismissed it as either my own imagination, or I was just lying. Well, yeah, he was trying to put out the light, so that does imply that he thrives in darkness. That he could get close enough to blow it out, though. Or maybe he couldn't, that's why he couldn't blow it out, because he couldn't get close enough where there's a threshold. If there's too much light, he can't cross it. Reminds me of a Baldur's Gate 3 Act 2, where you need a special lamp to keep away the spirits. Creepy. Case file number 3115, written by Captain P42, Sam Soap Opera. Just out of college, I moved in with a friend in an old house. She had been living there for a year already, and she swore it was haunted. She even named the ghost Sam. But Sam was a friendly ghost, nothing bad. I saw a few things that were odd, but not enough to make me believe it was haunted. Until, one day, when I was at work, she called me. Asked me if I'd been watching TV in my room before work. I couldn't remember. But since she told me it was on, I assumed I had been and forgot to turn it off. Gave her permission to go in my room and turn it off. She walked in while still on the phone with me. The TV shut off as soon as she walked in. We agreed it was weird, but the problem was solved. She walked back out, the TV went back on, tried again and went off, and back on when she left. We blamed Sam. So I told her to just leave it, and joked that Sam really wanted to watch his or hers soap operas for that day. I got home and immediately went into my room. Once again, the TV shut off. I walked out, it went on. Back in and went off. I finally just said, "Sorry Sam, show's over," unplugged the TV, and went on with my day. Like I said, Sam was a friendly ghost, and I'm not really a believer, but I can't explain that one situation, or the time that toilet flushed itself. Yeah, I remember not too long ago, there was a spirit that was just hanging out in the living room watching TV, and one of the exes that was telling the story, it was their ex that was still in that house, and they were freaking out, but they're just watching TV, of course they're bored. Why wouldn't they be? If an imprint of a fragment of me was left behind, I would be going mad, trying to eat food, which hopefully you can as a spirit. Would suck if you can't. You would at least want to watch TV or something, right? Case file number 3116, written by Vethrax, as tall as a light. This was a few years ago, around midnight. Me and my brother were taking a walk back home from just hanging around and talking in the playground. We heard weird branches snapping and leaves brushing like a few meters behind us. We looked back, and at first we saw nothing, but when we focused on the lamppost in the far back, we saw some kind of tall figure, as tall as a lamppost. It was gargantuan and extremely sticky thin. I wouldn't exactly say Slender Man kind of thing, but once that thing noticed us, it started reaching out. I couldn't remember if it was a hand, hook, or blunt forearm, but it was definitely reaching out. Me and my brother ran instantly, but the nerve-crushing part was, it made bird noises while it was chasing us. It didn't make any footstep sounds either, it just chased us down. After about 15 seconds of being chased, we turned around and it was dead silent. It wasn't after us anymore. The noise of birds it was mimicking suddenly stopped. Me and my brother decided to keep this between us, as we didn't think even our own parents would believe us. But those bird noises it made years ago still are haunting to hear. To this day, we would turn around if we ever heard those specific bird noises again to see if it was the same thing that was stalking us years ago. You could say we have a trauma response to chirps now. I can certainly appreciate the, let's say, trauma of the bird chirps. I often record when I wake up, and often that is, in the early hours, later at night. I mean, when I wake up always changes because I have delayed onset sleep disorder. Just means my circadian rhythm operates on closer to 25 hours a day instead of 24. Anyways, bird chirps terrify me because if I try to record, I can't record when they're chirping because that gets into the recording. You can't really remove those easily. Not over the vocals, and it's just annoying. So yeah, not the same kind of fear, but relatable. Case file number 3117, written by Bird Name Ronson, Beneath the Porch Light. I was at a bar with some friends. We were sitting at a large table, and there were no other free seats, so a couple of guys walked up to us to ask if they could sit down. Then I recognized one of the guys, as did he, so he said, "Hi, my name," and I said, "Hi, his name." They sat down, and we did the normal, "How are things" routine. But after a while, I came to realize I had no idea how I knew him. I 100% knew his name, without a doubt, when I saw him first, and he was familiar. So I had to ask him, where did we know each other from? He did not know either. He just had the same feeling when he saw me. Someone he knew and instantly remembered my name. We spent the next hours backtracking lives and checking if we had Facebook friends in common. We did not know the same people, not even the same type of people. We did not frequent any of the same places. In fact, this was his first time at this bar. He was not even from the city, just visiting. In the end, we just parted ways, agreeing that this was one of the strangest things we had ever experienced. I've not met him since. This happened 5 or 6 years ago. The first couple of months after, I would show him on Facebook to my friends and ask if they knew him, and yet no one did. I think our paths must have just crossed in a parallel universe. And another one. I grew up in a small town, 10 houses, a few miles outside of a larger town where I went to school. My best friend lived 2 houses down from me. One night, we were visiting a friend in said larger town to watch a couple of movies and just hang out. We were 16 years old and completely sober. At about midnight, it was time to go home, and we just did what we normally did, we walked. Being in the middle of nowhere, it was pitch black, nothing but the stars in the sky. But it didn't startle us at all, as we normally walked a lot when visiting friends. We just loved talking Counter-Strike, movies, and smoking cigarettes and whatnot. On this walk home, walking the main road as always, we noticed someone walking ahead of us, like maybe a half mile ahead. Being the dumb teens as we were, we picked up our pace slightly and started yelling, "Hey!" at the person ahead of us as we got closer, but we did not get any response. A car went by in the opposite direction, and in the headlights, we got clear confirmation that someone was walking in front of us. When we were about a half mile from our tiny town, we got to a small hill just outside of the town sign with a solitary house on top. The guy that lives there is a loner hermit, former priest that nobody really interacts with, but is friendly enough. We were only a couple yards away from the figure ahead of us when another car went past, once again illuminating the person in front of us. This time, we were close enough to get a more detailed view. What we saw was a silhouette that was clearly oversized and very, very hairy. As soon as the car went past, it turned and walked up the driveway. As we went by the house, we looked towards a porch where a single light shines, and below it, a figure and face looked straight at us. Looked like a mixture of a man and beast. My friend and I stopped, glanced at each other, and without a word, started sprinting home. When we reached my friend's house first, he went straight inside, and I continued to my house, jumped inside, locked all the doors and windows, and just stared out the front door for 5 minutes until I was interrupted by my mother, who was having an excellent time with a bottle of wine and the music of her youth. I didn't share anything about what had happened with her. I went straight to bed, distracting myself with some TV, I think. No longer remember. My friend and I have never once discussed what happened that night, and I honestly forgot all about it for a couple of years, until one night a friend asked if we believed in the paranormal and I said no. Then I remembered this experience. So that first story is so interesting because I think a lot of people get that sense where they know someone, but they're not sure from where. It's like a past life connection, but this is even deeper because you both knew each other's names. In this universe, in this reality, in this timeline. Does anyone else think that there are people that we are specifically attuned to? It's almost like quantum entanglement with particles, but on a much larger scale. For some reason, we're bound to certain people. Not necessarily romantically, it could be a friendship, a deeper bond. Maybe it does have to do with past lives, past game saves, you could say. But I am biased because I really like that idea and hope it's true. Case file number 3118, written by Avrat V6. A shadow I knew. When I was younger, I lived in a pretty small town. I was about 7 or 8 and my grandparents drove me to their friend's house on the other side of the cornfield they both lived on. It was about 10 or 11 at night. They didn't tell me why, just that they had some things they needed to do with my parents. I laid down on the spare bed in their son's room and went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a quiet squeak. I looked over and their son was asleep in his bed and no lights or anything else were on in the house. There was a dark, shadowy figure of a man standing in the doorway, between 5 and 6 feet. My grandparents' friend was rather short and slim. Her husband worked third shift and was at work. This figure stayed at the door for quite a while. There was no fear on my end and I didn't feel threatened. He seemed peaceful. I went home and things felt normal for a bit the next morning. But then I found out my great-grandfather had passed away. I don't believe in ghosts. I've never had an experience like that other than this one time. But after I put 2 and 2 together and thought about it years later, this shadowy figure had the exact same build and height as my grandfather. I've never been able to explain it and would love to be able to, but it still doesn't make sense, and it was over 20 years ago. Case file number 3119, written by I. Jacoby, The Muttering. The house I grew up in was kind of weird. I'm not at all woo-woo or prone to believe in any kind of paranormal anything at all. We're material beings made of meat running on energy. But I always thought my mom talked to herself. I would hear her in the bathroom getting ready or going down the hallway, and she had a kind of quiet mutter she'd do like she was winning an argument against an invisible opponent. I guess I started noticing that when I was a kid, 7 or 8 or something like that. I think I was just in high school, maybe 14 or 15, and I heard my mom in the bathroom across the hall from my room, and it just occurred to me I should ask what she's going on about. So, I poked my head out of my room and was like, "Mom, you're muttering to yourself. What are you saying?" And from the other end of the goddamn hallway, I hear my mom from her room say, "What?" I assumed I had just heard her from her room and mistaken it for being closer, so I asked her again, "What are you talking to yourself about?" She came out of her room with a puzzled face and just kind of casually said, "I wasn't talking to myself. I don't do that." I swore up and down, "Mom, be real. I hear you talking to yourself all the time whenever I'm in my room." Again, she absolutely swore that simply wasn't a thing she did. I kind of shook it off, but made a point to notice the next time I heard it. Fast forward a couple weeks, and again, I hear my mom in the bathroom, same muttering. So I go to the hallway to call her out, and she's in the fucking kitchen. Then, just like that, it stopped. Never heard it again from then to the time I moved out at 18. It just stopped. So an entity that was mimicking your mom, but as soon as you found out, it's like the game was up, and then they had to leave. Huh. Maybe the entity is just having fun, and wondering how long it'll take you to realize, and when you do, then they just move on to their next target. Case file number 3120, written by Aggressive Cow, 5399. Welcome to our home. Me, my girlfriend, her friend, and her boyfriend were just out at a bar. We sat down next to a couple, and we all started talking. Eventually, they all started talking about crap related to the work and how he's some kind of medical outlier in the history books. Meanwhile, his wife is acting very strange, and she's super talkative and sounds like some crackhead lady. But they weren't bums. These guys had money, and the wife was actually quite attractive. Keep in mind, we're in our 20s, and these guys are like 50 plus. They invite us all to their house next to the bar, and for some reason, my girlfriend's friend is like, "Oh, sure." Very strange, in my opinion, to just go to some couple's house after meeting them for an hour or two. Anyways, we went. His wife was being talkative the whole time at the bar, and all of a sudden we got to the house and she looked like her brain just turned off. She had just made some drinks for us and my girlfriend, and I rejected the drinks, but the other two took them. So like I said, all of a sudden his wife just goes brain dead and just gets super quiet. The guy looked fine and just kept talking and talking. Just a strange situation where I think these two were either trying to have an orgy with us or it was some kind of dom or type crap. Just wasn't getting good vibes from them. It was just so strange that they just welcomed us into their house and they literally had just met us. Also, the guy kept insisting he make me a drink, and I was like, "No, I'm good." He's like, "Oh, don't worry, I'm not gonna kill you." In my head, I'm like, "Dude, that's literally the worst possible thing you could say to me right now." Just super sketchy and super strange. Happy it didn't go bad, but I was prepared for crap to hit the fan. Yeah, that is the worst thing he could possibly have said, even if he was just a normal guy, "I'm not trying to kill you, don't worry, wink wink, nudge nudge." Like, okay, I won't take the risk. Case file number 3121, written by Opposite Suite 9215. The Phantom Transaction. It was a sunny day, and around 3 or 4 p.m., my mom told me to go get some medications for her from a shop. I decided I would go get something to eat, from a different place other than where I usually used to buy medicines, and find a place nearby to get medicines from there. I got the snacks and found a medical shop too. There was an old man and I bought medicines from him. I called my mom again just to see if these were the medicines that were needed. She told me to replace one of those since she had found them at home. So I went back to the shop to return them, and guess what? There were 2 women at the shop, and not an old man anymore. I told them I just bought medicines from the old guy who was just there and would like to return one of them. They looked at me puzzled and said, "There was never an old man here. We are the sole owners of this shop since years," and they had no idea about the medicines I had just purchased. I was genuinely scared and came back home, but told her nothing about the incident. I still wonder to this day, who was the person who gave me the medicines? Case file number 3122, written by Shorted Gazin, A Ghost in Red. I was in grade 8 band, and had to go to a recital at the high school that was nearby. It's the end of the recital, and I had to use the bathroom, so I tell my mom I'm heading to the first floor bathroom. I'm the only one in the bathroom and I hear the door open and I think it's my mom, but I see a woman in a red dress go to the stall next to me. She wore red heels and I didn't think much of it until I washed my hands. I glanced up when the door opened again and my mom came in saying she needed to use the bathroom as well. I can't remember what she was saying, but she was making a weird joke and I motioned for her to stop so the other lady wouldn't hear. My mom got confused and asked what I was motioning to, and peered at the stall, and no one was in there. I remember quite clearly that I saw and heard a woman go in the stall next to me, and when I saw that the stall door wasn't even closed, even though I heard her close it, I was freaked out to the point where I abandoned my mom in the washroom and ran out to the car. Case file number 3123, written by Pterodactyl 3467. A hole in the ordinary. My husband hates when I bring this up. We call it the vortex incident. It's so weird and we can't explain it at all, so the more we think about it, the weirder it feels. One day, my husband and I were at home with our kids who were all under 10 years old. He had his phone with him and decided to nap with me. He set an alarm and everything. We wake up not 2 hours later and his phone is gone. We can't find it anywhere. No one besides our kids were home, doors were locked, all that. No phone. I got a call from my phone from his phone a few minutes later. Someone had found his phone on the road near our house, but a good 2 miles away, and turned it into the nearest gas station. I don't know why they gave it to the clerk there, but there was no lock screen on it, so that's how he called us. We can't for the life of us figure out how it went from our room to the side of the road a few miles down in a matter of 2 hours, when it was with us before, and no one had access to it that could have left the house in any way. No, the only possible explanation is someone broke in, only stole your phone, brought it 2 miles away, did nothing with it, it wasn't locked as you said, then just left it there and someone reported it. That's the mundane explanation that most people would adopt, and, we know better. We don't really have an answer, we can just say, the universe is weird and it probably got ported away for some reason, or a spirit took it. Maybe one of your friends or relatives that passed away was curious what was on your phone, and decided to take it for a spin. Case file number 3124, written by Titty Spliff. Labyrinth of Ash. After my grandma died, I would have vivid dreams about wandering around her house. Her house in real life is a bit of a maze, so in my dreams it became a labyrinth. I would hear her calling for me, but every time I narrowed in and opened a door, the room would be empty. In one of these dreams, I followed her voice into her bedroom and could hear her behind the bathroom door. When I opened the door, the room was engulfed in flames. Fire was pouring in from the huge window. I woke up very abruptly that Monday morning. My dreams were always vivid, but this one was eerily realistic. It was so unsettling that this dream stuck with me for a few days. My mom called me that Thursday telling me that the house had caught fire a few days prior. My family kept the house after she passed, but no one was living there full time when this happened. The neighbor saw the fire and put it out while leaving a note on the front door for one of us to find. The fire happened Sunday night and started outside her bathroom window. This has all the markings of subconscious trying to force information into the conscious mind while dreaming is often the case when that happens, where it's not like a voice speaking to you in clear language most of the time. It's just images and implications and inference. So in this case, yeah, you saw an image of what your deeper mind thought was going to happen, and it did. Now, that deeper mind probably has connections to information that is beyond simple input from the surroundings, because nothing would indicate that could cause a fire from some place far away. But I just find it fascinating how the subconscious tries to communicate with the us, the conscious version of us that is self-aware. What is that self-awareness, It's so mysterious. We still don't really understand it. Case file number 3125, written by Winnie Pooh 44. A small, perfect mystery. Last weekend, a close friend who was visiting lost her earring while she was out doing errands. The earring had importance, as it was connected to her mom who passed 10 years ago. To frame this, she is a rocket scientist who pays close attention to details. She recalled inserting the hook through her right earlobe as she stepped through the threshold of the bedroom door. She checked both earrings throughout the afternoon and only noticed it was missing after returning to my house. We thoroughly searched the bedroom, jewelry pouch, handbag, bed, floor, and anywhere it could have fallen just in case. I then joined her to go search the Costco parking lot and others with flashlights late into the night. I kept feeling it's close, meaning it was back at home. We called upon my deceased grandmother, who is our parking lot angel and guardian angel, with whom my friend shares a birthday. I told my friend about how people are always finding things like this in previously well-searched areas. Upon returning home, we again searched, then gave up, not expecting any miraculous return. A little while later, when she went to place the other earring back into the jewelry pouch, the missing one reappeared. We believe Granny came through for us once again. We were both perplexed and delighted. Case file number 3126, written by Anonymous. Odin's Messengers. A few years ago, I was on my way home from the gym. I walked through this tiny garden area when suddenly I see two huge ravens. They were in the only small tree that was nearby. I will never forget the scene. I just stood there for a few minutes and looked at them while they looked at me. There was something so unnatural about it. I live in the center of a big city, yet here were these two huge jet black birds just staring at me. I've only ever seen pigeons and small crows here. I pulled out my phone to take a picture, and literally just when I went into the camera app, they flew away. I live in Scandinavia, as in the place where people used to believe in the northern gods, one of whom, Odin, was known for his two ravens that flew around, observing the world to report back to him. Case file number 3127, written by Black Hawk Rogue Ninja X. A Glimpse of Forever. I dated a girl for about 6 months. It was great, but she really wanted to settle down and have kids, and I definitely didn't. So it ended, but on very good terms. Flash forward 5 years. I was living an empty life and realized kids and a family were going to be the only thing to fill it. So I was reflecting on the people who I'd dated and who I'd want to spend my life with. She was really the only one where I'd put her needs first. A day or so later, I see her in my area walking with her dad, about 50 feet down the street. It was an amazing coincidence. I start to head over, but after about 10 seconds I realize I'm being insane, and she probably doesn't want to do the awkward ex conversation with her dad there, so I let her go. About an hour later, I decide to drop her a friendly text to let her know I think I just saw her and her dad. She replies she's pleased to hear from me, but it definitely wasn't her as she was on holiday with her family at the time. We reconnect anyway. A year or so go by and we're on a course to get married, and I finally meet her dad. Bear in mind I've never met him before or seen a picture of him, but he looked exactly like the guy I saw that day. It was spooky to me. Like my brain imagined what I needed, but somehow got it spot on. We're married now and busy playing happy families. Case file number 3128, written by Cherry Red 130. Cowboy in the Fog. Recently, I was driving by some train tracks in an industrial part of town. It was nighttime, so there weren't many people around, but the area was well lit. As I'm driving past a car scrapyard, I see a man in jeans, a jean jacket, and this huge cowboy hat, and I double take. My parents' best friend, deceased, lived in a small apartment that backed up to the scrapyard, which is family owned. The guy has been dead since 2016. I double take because he always wore a big cowboy hat, but the guy is gone, like completely gone. I go around the block twice and nothing, everywhere is deserted. Interestingly, at the time I'd been processing trauma from my fling with his nephew in therapy. My mom, who has had many supernatural encounters with him, for example, she saw his shadow in her bedroom a few weeks after his death with the cowboy hat on, said that she thinks that was his apology to me for what I went through. Case file number 3129, written by Equivalent Strength. The Numb Silence. I had family visiting from across the country, so my aunt slept in my room, and I slept in the office on a camping cot. It was always eerie for some reason, like you were constantly watched, but I chalked it up to the windows and teenage paranoia. Anyways, I will go to sleep. Then in the middle of the night, I'm awoken by the sound of heavy, slow breathing in my left ear, and only my left ear. I jolt awake, look around and think I must have heard my breathing. No big deal. I lay back down and do my test breath to see if it was me. It wasn't. The cadence was off. Before I could jump off the cot, the breathing continued, but now even closer. They were slow, deep breaths that sounded like someone who had breathing issues, almost asthmatic. At the same time, my left ear begins to go numb. Mind you, I'm wide awake, frozen in fear, staring at the ceiling, trying to understand what is going on. Then I hear a man say in my ear, "You'd better like breathing now, because one day you won't anymore." This voice was clear as day. I am sure I could recognize it now. Then the breathing stopped. I laid there for what felt like an eternity until I got the guts to sprint out of the room. I slept on the couch for the remainder of the visit. So, speaking of the subconscious, speaking to your conscious, I think this is in a more direct way. Your subconscious was much more literal and specific. I think tapping into future knowledge of yourself and perhaps the path you're on. My guess is at this time you were probably a smoker or maybe working in construction and with like dry concrete and not wearing a mask or something like that would probably give you asthma or maybe even lung cancer. And this was your future self, you could say, giving you a warning. Very specific one. And yeah, that would be terrifying, but I think that's what happened. Case file number 3130, written by Louis 2698. The Watchers by the Water. Last summer, I was on vacation and I was walking with my girlfriend along the lake when I spotted some crows in front of us that were flying in a strange way. When we got closer, I saw in the lake a crow who was nearly drowning, with the feathers soaked in water. The second I saw the crow going underwater and gasping for air, I removed my clothes and jumped in the water to do something. When I got near the crow, I realized it's not a good idea to touch it like that, and used my shirt to take it from the water, and then I placed it somewhere safer so it doesn't get in the water. When I carried the crow out of the water, more crows gathered around and started making so much noise it was frightening. I left her in the grass hoping it would make it alive. I continued my walk and after an hour or so, I was lying on the beach and a crow got in my sight. Not really close, but enough to notice it. Made some noise and then left. The only thing that came to mind was, "Welcome," and I smiled. I don't know if it counts, but it felt good. Your instinct to jump in the lake and save the crow is really commendable, honestly. I don't think most people would have done that. So, nice, and I think the crow really appreciated it. I don't know if there's anything supernatural about this one though, it's just an interesting story, and one that shines a light on you very positively. I think the crow was very happy with you, and its crow friends were probably happy too. The murder gathering that did not end you. And you know, ravens and crows are extremely intelligent. One of the most intelligent animals. I think equivalent to a 7-year-old human, or something like that. Incredibly intelligent. Case file number 3131, written by Red White Blue Yellow 26800. The third night. The night of, after my grandfather's third funeral day. In my culture, first day is to mourn, second is for rituals, and third is to get them to the burial site. My family dog barked all night at a very strange manner. Like if your dog sees a stranger, it would bark loudly and stop and loudly again. But this time it barked in a calmish manner, with a steady frequency like you're doing a presentation or a speech, yet quite softly. Anyway, it was around 1 in the morning and he barked at around 3 a.m., which made me, my cousins, my uncle, who came to help for the funeral, and my dad all woke up. My dad decided to check at around 2 a.m., but nothing happened. Nobody was there inside and outside the gate. At morning, while we were just eating breakfast like usual, my grandmother told us about her dream last night, about seeing our grandfather standing at the front of the house but struggling because of the new altar, which was put in the family altar room just a month before. And we proceeded to tell her all about the strange thing that happened last night. I haven't believed in ghosts and religious things, but that event made me question some stuff. Also, it may be important to know that the ritual usually includes getting the dead person to the gravesite after creating their own altar. Make a small ritual there as a form of respect for the resting place of the body, and take that altar home as a way to guide the spirit back home. Case file number 3132, written by Sofix. Radio silence. I was working night shift armed security on a farm a few years ago. We had a patrol route that would take us on a one-lane road, and about half the time, you would run into the other agent coming the opposite way you were going. As a courtesy, the one closer to a spot to pull off the road would pull over and turn off their headlights so the other one could see easier, and the other agent would turn theirs off as they passed so they didn't blind you. Typically, when I would pass by the guy I worked with, he would give some B-tier dad joke that would lighten the mood of working long shifts. Narrator's note. Nice. Well, one night I saw him approaching on the one lane and did as I said and pulled off to the side and killed my headlights. He passed, but it was strange because he said nothing over the radio. In fact, it was creepily quiet, even though I had my windows down. After he passed, I watched him move around the bend in the road in my mirror and turn my lights on. As soon as I turned them on, I heard the other agent call over the radio, "Sure would be nice if you kept your lights off until I passed you," in a joking voice. I snapped my head forward and saw his patrol car approaching, even though I had just watched him pass me. I was struck with a panic, almost primal fear. I can't describe the gut-wrenching feeling I had once I saw him pass me a second time. Case file number 3133, written by Hippie Dips, The Man at Pump 2. Around the time COVID lockdowns first started in the US, I was driving 4 hours one way deep into the mountains to go see a friend. It was my first time making that drive, and for most of the way, there was no phone signal. By hour 3, it was already really dark out, and I was in the middle of nowhere. Like you could drive for miles and miles and there wouldn't be a single other car, house, or store. I was running really low on gas and finally passed by a lone gas station on the side of the mountain pass. The convenience store section was already closed, and there were only 2 pumps that were pretty spaced out from each other. I parked at one, and there was one other dark-colored sedan with tinted windows parked in front. I got out of the car, and being March in the middle of the mountains, probably at 10,000 feet elevation, it was pretty cold. I was a 21-year-old at the time, and I'm a female. I had no weapons on me to defend myself. I pumped my gas and put the pump back in place and started heading back to the driver's seat, which is on the other side of the car as my gas cap. As I'm doing this, the driver of the other car comes up to my car. He's an average-built guy, probably in his 30s. He tells me his car broke down and asks if he can stay the night at my place. I quickly mumble that I'm not from the area, hop into my car and speed off in the direction of my friends. My heart was beating really fast at the time and I was freaking out and asked myself what just happened. Sure, it's possible that maybe his car did break down, but the fact that it broke down right at the gas pump when we're in an area where you could drive for miles and not come across any stores or homes just felt odd to me. I wasn't willing to take that risk, and really didn't have anywhere to take the guy anyway. Okay, again, not supernatural, not a mystical event, just you listening to your senses. It is sad for the man. It's kind of like you could say the issue with the homeless. I want to help them, just give them a bit of money, maybe just give them food or something, because that you can't really trade that for drugs or anything. I do want to give people the benefit of the doubt, but it is context dependent. If this happened in a brightly lit area during the day in a town, okay, it's a different story. Even then, you should be cautious, but it's very different, especially if you also had some weapon, some way to defend yourself if he was a bad actor. But no, you're alone, 10,000 feet above sea level, where no one else is around, no weapons. Obviously, you can't help him in that case. Best case, try to get him a phone or something if he could. So, yeah. I'm the type, I do want to help people. I want to give people the benefit of the doubt, but you just have to approach things based on context and percentage of risk chance, that matters. In this case, it was not worth it. So props to you for making the right call, I think. Case file number 3134, written by IGN Solar 7, Through the Iron Veil. In high school, I was in the car with a buddy, and he was racing our other buddy to the taco shop late at night. We're probably going 40 or 50 miles per hour over the speed limit. Dumb, I know. And when we hit the train tracks, I'm looking over at the other car in the right lane, and I see a fucking train. But the crossing barriers weren't down, lights weren't blinking, and I swear to God, the thing looked like it was partially transparent. When we got to the taco shop, everyone in the other car saw it too. We were all spooked to hell, because we either saw a ghost train or almost got hit by a train, one way or the other. But the final note that we couldn't explain at all, there wasn't any track noise whatsoever. Second quick eerie thing. I was driving back from Arizona with my family to Vegas, and right outside of Boulder City by the dam, a man emerged from the darkened brush wearing all orange, almost like a prison jumpsuit. He's waving his hands aggressively and wildly, and almost touches the car as it passes. His eyes seemed almost glowing red, which I assume was from the headlights. There's no prison in that area. I called the cops to go check out if someone had an accident, but with my internet research later, I never saw an accident or any follow-up on it. Well, I have heard of trains that don't make much sound. The maglev trains, those are, I think there's some in the US, but mostly in South Korea, or is it, China. Yeah, they have, bullet trains that go 400 miles per hour, even faster maybe. It's insane. I think they still make some noise, but obviously not the train tracks because they're literally levitating above it. Now, whatever area you're in, I don't think this was the case for you. So if it's a conventional train making no noise and looking transparent, okay, you got yourself a ghost train there. It's like straight from Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters 2, yeah. Still a decent movie. I don't like the slime though. Case file number 3135, written by Twitfout, The Triangle Tear. We had a concrete pour today, and during the pour, I noticed that my shirt had been ripped on the right sleeve. I have a tear on my left sleeve already, and thought to myself, great, now both sleeves are ripped. The thing is, I don't actually remember the tear itself happening, just looking at my arm and seeing it. Pouring concrete can be fast-paced. I did, however, quickly blame a screw that was poking out of a piece of plywood. The tear was in a triangle shape, one side left dangling in the wind, and I remember clear as day being able to see my skin. I get home, and I remember trying to be careful not to rip it more when taking it off. After that, I completely forgot about it until I'm getting ready for work the next day, and the tear isn't there anymore. The interesting thing is that by having my skin exposed while working on the concrete, it had left 3 distinct, mild concrete burns in the place where my skin was exposed, oddly in the shape of a triangle if you were to connect them. I even tried putting the shirt on backwards to see if I had made that mistake, but it was instantly uncomfortable, and the tear wasn't even in the same spot. Yeah, we've had instances of this before for sure, where objects spontaneously recover if they're damaged. They reset in time, effectively, and you can imagine this just as data. It's like resetting your computer, where Windows has these, usually automatic now, file systems that are basically a snapshot of what your computer was like before. You can do a system restore to them. Kind of like that, just applied to different objects. Pretty cool. But If that is the case, someone is actively pressing a button to restore the item. Now, why would they do that? For a shirt? No clue, but seems like it could be possible along those lines. Case file number 3136, written by Fokoff. Oh, I see what you did there. Still as a stone, white as a bone. I was around 18 or 19. I was with a couple cousins and two of their friends, myself sitting in the back left passenger seat. We were driving on a somewhat long stretch of road in our desert town, one that takes 3 to 5 minutes to drive through, if memory serves. That road links two areas of the town together, so for that short drive through it, there's no street lamps and nothing but open desert surrounding you. I got the sense it was not a popular road. I can't remember if we even passed an oncoming car or not. It was probably around 10 or 11 p.m. We were taking one of their friends home, and as we turned onto that road, said friend gets a call from their mom that their father would be late getting home, as he had driven past a, soon-to-be-confirmed, dead, likely homeless man on a street corner, turned his car around to see what was going on, and called the cops about it and had to stick around for that to answer questions. Something like that. That gave me the creeps already, but isn't the main part of the story. As we drove down this road, talking or whatever teenagers do, my cousin that's driving yells, "What the fluck?" And immediately me and my other cousin look up from my phone screen, and the three of us, plus the front passenger, see a pale woman standing in the road like a deer in headlights. I remember her body language just being so strangely calm yet disturbing, like something wasn't right. Her arms were relaxed, but she seemed like a statue there. I feel like she was wearing a white dress or something light in color, but I could be misremembering. And I really seem to remember she was somewhat gaunt in figure, not emaciated, but something just wasn't right. That's how I felt. But it was all so quick, it was hard to even notice any details. It must have been maybe 2 seconds in a blur as my cousin swerved around her and into the oncoming lane, while the woman just stood there like it was a crosswalk. Just standing there so nonchalantly, out on a dark road in a vast stretch of desert. The friend, whose father was with the police, ended up calling him and telling him about what he had just seen and where, I suppose to let them know, and he said he would. I don't know what came of it. I never saw anything on the local news. I have no idea what the hell brought that woman to be on that road, carless at night, or why she seemed so calm about the circumstance. My father's friend suggested she could have lived in some meth house out in the desert and just been strung out and walking to nowhere, or that she could have been drugged and kidnapped and just escaped. I don't know what to think. My cousins and the friend that looked up in time to see her still remember, but I hold on to the memory, I think a little more tightly, or perhaps it's the other way around. My mental image of that woman grows murkier as each year goes by, but the grip she had on me in that moment has never faded. Case file number 3137, written by Cindy Wright, The Guacamole Incident. So here's the thing. Every Sunday I make guacamole. It's my little ritual, and every time I use exactly half a lime, just half. I squeeze it in, mix everything, and put the other half back in the fridge for later. This Sunday was no different. I made my guac, used half a lime, and left the other half in the fridge. Easy. Then on Wednesday, I decided to make another guacamole because my sister hadn't eaten her avocado yet, and I didn't want it to go bad. I asked if I could use it, she said yes, and I remembered. Perfect, I still have that other half of the lime from Sunday. So I grab it, squeeze it in, eat, chill. Everything is normal. Until today, Thursday. I open the fridge to grab my yogurt and boom, another half of a lime is just sitting there. The same spot, same size, fresh as fluck. Now, that wouldn't be weird if someone else in the house used limes, but no one else does. My mom and sister don't even touch limes. The only citrus we ever use is lemon, and that's only when we bake lemon cake, which we haven't done in weeks because my mom's on a diet. So now I'm like, what? Because I swear I used that last half yesterday. To be sure, I even checked the trash and yeah, the 2 old lime halves are still there. Both of them at the top parts, the ones without the little stem hole. But the one in my fridge right now is clearly the bottom half side of where the stem connects to the tree, which makes no sense. because somehow I now have 3 halves of one lime, and the new one looks freshly cut. Like, who cut it? Where did it come from? I'm honestly questioning reality at this point. Either I accidentally discovered lime duplication, or the Matrix just glitched right inside my fridge. Case file number 3138, written by Chino33, Sleeping in the Nook. When I was in middle school, we moved into a new apartment in San Antonio, and I had my own room. I was asleep with my cat in my new room. I had a closet with twin doors that opened outwards, and on the ceiling of the closet there was a hatch that opened to a shared attic space. Recently, after we moved in, I was asleep on my bed with my cat, and the hatch violently slammed open, causing my closet doors to fly open, which scared me and my cat so bad we both ran as fast as we could into my mom's room. We called maintenance, and they came and closed the hatch, but it happened so frequently and distressed me so much that we had to move my bed into the dining room nook so I could sleep at night. It obviously bothered me so much that my mom didn't question me or ignore me. I didn't even like being in the room during the day, because the closet doors would constantly open if I was in the room. So I only ended up being in my room if I had company over. I would sleep in my bed in the nook, and my friends would sleep on the couch. Case file number 3139, written by Gone Be the Birds. Ginger saw it first. Growing up, I always had a fear of going to bed and falling asleep with my back to my bedroom door. I had to be facing my door as I fell asleep. I often called my dog Ginger to bed with me. Some nights she'd stay on the bed, normally near my feet, and most nights she'd jump off after I fell asleep and would sleep on the floor. It wasn't uncommon that I'd move in my sleep and wake up with my back to the door. One night, I fell asleep and experienced sleep paralysis upon waking in the middle of the night. I've had both types of sleep paralysis, one where you're experiencing it while dreaming, and the other where you experience it even when waking up. As is normal in this situation, at least for me, my eyes are now open. I'm fully awake and alert, but I can't move and can't breathe. Weirdly, Ginger is still in the bed, but up near my head, facing me, instead of down by my feet. My back is to my door. I feel uneasy and tense, but not necessarily scared. Then Ginger, locking eyes with me, shifts her gaze to above me and beyond my shoulder, towards the door. Her facial expression changes and she goes all tense and starts growling. I lost my crap. This was exactly my fear. In the middle of the night, back to my door, in the dark, mostly. I can't see what's behind me, and can't turn to see because I'm temporarily paralyzed and not breathing. Full freakout. But eventually I snapped out of the paralysis as I always do, turned, and there was nothing. Still don't know what stressed Ginger out, but boy, that was horrible timing. So this aligns well with my theory that, at least sometimes, sleep paralysis could be induced or perhaps simply taken advantage of by certain entities, spirits, maybe demons, that are in the area, basically just preying on you when you're vulnerable. Now again, I don't know if they're causing it or if they're just preying on you in an opportunistic moment, but yeah, that your dog basically felt that something was there, a presence, kind of confirms that theory. So again, I don't think all the time this is the case, so probably isn't an induced factor, it's just something where entities take advantage of it. Creepy for sure, but they don't seem to cause any damage. No one, to my knowledge, has suffered any damage while under sleep paralysis, so even if they're not conjurations of your mind, they don't seem to harm you, at least not physically. Case file number 3140, written by Too Insane. The shh between us. My wife and I were staying in a hotel in a small, old town in central Italy. The hotel used to be the house of some rich guy a long time ago, and they kept a lot of the original decorations. The ceiling was painted, a lot of stuff was made of stone and looked very old, but the bed and bathroom were very modern, so much so that they stuck out. It was a really cool experience, and the area was so different from a lot of the touristy places we'd had been. Not a lot of people spoke English. The village was on a hill, and if you went to the edge of town and looked out, it was just endless beautiful countryside. One night, when we were in our room, My wife was looking through our luggage for something because she was going to take a shower. I was sitting on the bed, and we were both kind of facing away from each other. Directly in between us, we both heard a very clear, human-sounding shh. My wife angrily turned around and asked why I was shushing her, and I was super confused myself. I started laughing and said that wasn't me, and she went pale and started freaking out, asking if I was fucking with her. I started to get pretty uncomfortable as well, but told her it was just the mini fridge in the corner, even though it was in the opposite direction. Something acoustic. We did not hear that sound again for the duration of our 3-day stay there. To this day, it's the only event in my life that I just cannot contribute to anything. I looked everywhere in that room for something that could have caused a sound. It was so crisp and felt like someone sitting right next to me did it. Case file number 3141, written by Banshee of Reddit, The Fair-Haired Man. We were staying in an old holiday complex in Greece, and I had a really strange experience on our 3rd night. We had a really busy day of sightseeing and ouzo drinking, and returned to the apartment at 2 a.m. Both worse for wear and hungry. My husband had passed out from the sun and booze, and I decided to cook a snack. I must have also passed out as I recalled the most vivid dream. I was having a picnic in a beautiful field and was feeling really relaxed. I was trying to fall asleep in my dream and was approached by a fair-haired man. He told me not to fall asleep and to wake up immediately. I was so tired and wanted to sleep, but the more I tried, the more he shook me awake. I then woke up for real, and I could feel the sensation of being shaken. As I looked up, the man from the dream was right next to me. I started to come around and I could hear a loud piercing sound. It was the fire alarm and I could see loads of smoke. I dealt with it at the time and went back to sleep. My husband slept through it all. I decided not to tell anyone about the fire. Thankfully, there was minimal damage. However, I found out some eerie information on the last day. We were having farewell drinks and the manager asked us if we had met the ghost yet. We got him to elaborate and found out our apartment complex was haunted by a fair-haired man. This was further backed up by some of the other holiday makers. The above could all have been a dream, but my husband still jokes we were saved by a ghost. Case file number 3142, written by Slorm333, The Gurney and the Sea. It was a random YouTube video with Jeffree Star in it. I don't remember what he was talking about, but it was probably makeup. Suddenly, he looked directly at me and said, "The power is going to go out." I immediately woke up and, what do you know, the power went out. It really freaked me out for a while. I've also had tons of episodes of sleep paralysis and more nightmares than I can remember. One time when I was about 5 or 6 months pregnant, I dreamt that I was kidnapped by 2 men. One was young, one was older. They brought me to a horrible room that looked similar to an abandoned morgue and strapped me to a gurney where I lay for hours being tormented and tortured. Finally they left, but I still couldn't move and had to pee so badly that I ended up peeing all over myself on the gurney and woke up screaming to find that I had actually wet the bed for the first time in my adult life. I wet the bed quite a few times as a child. That was pretty damn awful. Once I had a very vivid nightmare where I was stranded in the middle of the deep blue, all alone, and was devoured by a particularly massive great white. It was so real that I developed a huge fear of sharks, specifically great whites, and now it's hard to even look at them. I felt all of the feelings of being in a cold ocean, the choking and burning of the salt water, and being devoured alive. It was horrifying. I had another dream where I was stung by a wasp and woke up to my arm burning where I had been stung, but nothing actually bit or stung me, so that was odd. Case file number 3143, written by Holly Bums, Late Service. One that sticks out in my mind was when I was working in this Italian restaurant as a chef. The restaurant was a 2-story building with upstairs dining. The head chef and myself were the only ones left in the restaurant after dinner shift ended. It would have been somewhere between 10:30 p.m. and 12 p.m. at night. It's been about 6 years. I was finishing off a few cleaning jobs in the kitchen while the head chef was, I presumed, upstairs in a small office doing orders and paperwork. After I was done, I walked through the downstairs dining hall to the stairs. During this time, I heard footsteps on the floor above me, and as it was very quiet at the time of night, it was very clear and pronounced. When I made it to the stairs, I heard more steps and some small scuffing or commotion. At the top of the stairs out of view, I was about a couple of steps up and called out to the head chef, but no reply. Then after a step or two more, I called out again, but then it was when I heard my own name being called back from the kitchen. It was the head chef's voice coming from behind me. When I started, they joked about the Bel Cereso ghost, but I thought nothing of it at all. Apparently, experiences happen upstairs and on the stairs. Well, after I freaked out and ran back to the kitchen and told the chef what I heard, they got spooked and confirmed, yeah, this place is haunted. I, however, decided to go up there as she hung out on the stairs to see what was happening, and yeah, it was completely empty. No one was there. The front door was locked, and the only other door is the back kitchen door, where the head chef had just been outside smoking by the door and saw nothing. The people who worked there told me other stories that happened to them, but that was the only one I personally experienced. I worked there for about 2 years, and that was the only experience of anything close to that happening. It wasn't a spooky place, a very standard, semi-fine dining Italian restaurant. Case file number 3144, written by Coastal Flame 59. Uncanny Refreshment. For the past 3 days, I've been suffering some serious anxiety and panic attack grievances and an impending doom sensation. I always felt like my heart was going to give out. I work from home, so I get stressed sitting all day. I would always distract myself from my anxiety by popping a mint. I always have a can of Barclays blue peppermints on my desk and would pop one when I was bored. Yesterday, I realized that I'd emptied the entire can. I opened it and saw that there were no mints, only little crumbs. The next morning, I woke up and went about my day. I realize now at about 8 p.m. that I didn't throw away the mint can from yesterday. I picked it up and noticed it rattled. I was surprised, and when I opened it, there they were. There were 8 mints inside. I have one in my mouth right now as I'm typing this and losing my marbles. I have a distinct memory of opening the can and putting the very last one in my mouth and leaving the can on my desk and seeing the crumbs. Does anyone else have a memory like this? Case file number 3145, written by Jazzbag4183. A lamp, a pillow, and the impossible. At my mate's place, around 11 years old, I was being looked after while my parents took my younger brother to a doctor's appointment in the city, around an hour away. Found a bird's egg, put it under a lamp on my pillow. My mate had to go swim training with his sister and mom. There was only about a 30-minute gap between them leaving and my parents arriving, so being 2001, I was left alone at my mate's place. My mate said, "Check the egg before you go." Parents drove up the driveway and honked. Mom came to the door, opened it, and said, "Come on, let's go," without going up the stairs. I checked the egg, and the lamp had fallen over. I put it back up and left. When we got home, my brother was one of those kids who had to be first through the door like it was a competition. He went to his room and yelled, "Hey, what's this bird egg doing on my bed?" Mom picked it up and accidentally dropped it. 45 later, I get a call from my mate asking where the fuck the egg had gone. I have no idea how, but that egg teleported 800 meters around the corner to my place. Nobody was in my mate's house but me. My home was locked. No explanation 22 years later. A simple egg DOP event, more like a transportation event though in this case. You know, we could just call it a portal event, but usually that involves moving through the world. When you're on the road, you're just walking or in a car. In this case, just an egg that was moved across. Someone really wanted you to make an omelet. Weird. Case file number 3146, written by FM Land Hope. The Omen over South Carolina. It was the beginning of August, and I lived in South Carolina at the time. My then husband worked a midnight shift, so when I didn't have to work the next day, I would stay up late so I could sleep in a few hours with him in the morning. One night while home alone, I decided to wash clothes. We had to use the apartment laundry room, which was a building right in the middle of the apartment complex, and the apartment buildings were in a circle around it. Once they were done washing, I went over to put them in the dryer. About 5 minutes after being inside the laundry room, I heard the loudest noise I ever heard. I knew exactly what it was. A jet plane was crashing and it was going to hit that building. I fell into my stomach while the noise was deafening and screamed. Then silence. Nothing. I finally convinced myself to get up and look. There was nothing. I told my husband when he got home what happened. He always believed I had a gift because of all the weird things we experienced, and thought maybe a plane was going to crash and I saw it ahead of time. For a few weeks we kept track of the news, but there was nothing, and we didn't think anything of it. A few weeks after that was 9/11. Case file number 3147, written by the Stoic One, The Runner in the Dark. When I was in high school, we used to go to this wooded area we called the Trails to party, drink, bonfires, etc. It was about a 10-minute walk to the center from any direction. One night, after some partying, a friend of mine and I were leaving. There was no moon out, so it was pretty much pitch black. We could really only make out silhouettes of the trail and trees. Anyway, we're walking through, not really chatting all that much, and I see a silhouette of what looked like someone running across the trail just ahead of us. It scared the crap out of me, but I didn't say anything. I figured I was just seeing things because I was pretty lit, and my friend didn't mention anything. When we started getting close to the edge of the trails and could see streetlights, I was still pretty shook. I said to my friend, "Hey, did you see anything back there on the trail?" His reply was something like, "Oh fuck man, I thought I was imagining things. Someone ran across the trail just ahead of us." We never told anyone else. We walked back to the bonfire thinking one of our other friends was playing a prank, but they were all still there. I'm sure there was a reasonable explanation. Maybe upperclassmen messing with us, but it was still creepy as hell. Case file number 3148, written by Anonymous. Pirates or Idiots? In 2016, I sailed across the Atlantic on the tall ship Tenacious. I loved getting night watches because of the stars, but you also have to keep watch, and if you were on the bridge, one of the duties was watching the radar. In the middle of the ocean, when you're thousands of miles away from rescue, everyone plays it safe. It's a big ocean, and there's lots of room, so there's no need to come close to another ship. I can't remember the distances exactly, but whenever a ship would pop up on radar, it would almost immediately divert course to give us plenty of space. Until one night, a ship didn't divert. The ship was heading directly towards us for about 30 minutes, and closed about a quarter of the distance. I reported it to the first mate, who tried to contact them but got no response, so we diverted course. And then they diverted towards us again. There were only two options. The oncoming ship was either lazy and made a mistake, or they were pirates. If they were pirates, they would capture our unarmed ship, kill everyone on board, strip it of valuables, and sink it. Our only defense were fire hoses, and we were under no illusions on how effective those would be against AK-47s. Or they just had a lazy dumbbutt at the helm in the middle of the night. It was extremely eerie watching that tiny blip slowly approach on radar, knowing that it was either totally harmless or almost certain death. All hands were called to deck, and watched it come right at us for another 30 minutes before it finally changed course away from us. Then everyone not on watch got very drunk. So, not a glitch, not supernatural, just creepy as hell. The problem is, if you try to take weapons with you on a ship, out in the ocean, there's no one there to stop you. But if you get to port, in most countries, you can't have weapons on board. Like, even if you don't take them onto the mainland, you just can't even have them there. Which is really weird to me. I think you should at least be able to defend yourself out in the high seas, because yeah, pirates are not, they're not just, pirates in the Caribbean, in the movies, or in the past 17th century. They still exist today. And the US military does some work to try to dissuade pirates and take them out when they can, but they don't get all of them. So yeah, there's pirates out there for sure. And there's a movie I saw probably a year ago, Captain Phillips with Tom Hanks, and it basically goes over this. Not a small ship, they're on a cargo ship, I believe. And yeah, they're just on the high seas, going about their business. But yeah, there's pirates that attack them. And my God, the ending scene or the last 20 minutes of that movie, probably the best acting I've ever seen in my life on an unreal level. Great movie, really hard to watch but worth watching nevertheless. Case file number 3149, written by Young Grandpa. Trinkets from Beyond. My dad had been suffering from cancer. We knew his death was imminent. Last Friday after midnight, my wife had a dream about him. He was standing by a dresser. He's been bedridden for over a month. Without talking, he gestured for her to come over. He suddenly relaxed like a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He then gave her gifts for each of the grandkids, little trinkets that had been sitting on the dresser next to him in the dream. His wife woke up and told me about the dream. Weird, sad, but not creepy. Until 30 minutes later, when we got the call that Dad had just died. Also, I think my dad knew the exact date of his death weeks before. In February, we were discussing his and Mom's 60th anniversary coming up, April 5th, and his birthday, May 4th. He declared that he would make it to the anniversary. Mom said, "Why not your birthday?" He just sat back quietly and did not answer. He died on April 6th, possibly 7th. It was just around midnight. Case file number 3150, written by Brahe's Theorem. When the Dream Fights Back. So for context, this was shortly after the height of the whole Slender Man craze, after Marble Hornets had wrapped up, but before the tragedy in Wisconsin, about 2012 or so. I was 18 at the time. Whenever I'm under a lot of stress, my hell brain likes to respond by giving me nightmares, night after night, no reprieve, waking up screaming nightmares, and at this point all of them featured the Slender Man. They would always start as normal dreams, usually set at mine or my grandparents' house, and would proceed uneventfully, even pleasantly, until at some point a feeling of overwhelming fear and dread would take over, and the same thought would occur: he's here. It's then that I'd spot him, outside a window, leaning out of a closet, down a hallway, always hiding in plain sight, and that dread would turn to sheer terror and a primal need to escape that would wake me, usually screaming. One night, though, something was different. Early into one of those mundane dreams, chatting at my grandmother's house, I realized I was dreaming. I've had lucid dreams before, and I recognized an opportunity. I could fight back and drive the thing off. Again, something I'd done before to a previous haunt when I was younger. I immediately broke off from whatever I was doing in the dream and began to stalk around the house, calling out to the monster before finally spotting him in the backyard. With a quick blur of will, I was outside and summoning up all the light and will I could, fully aware that this was my dream and I was in control. I simply willed it to vanish. And it fucking attacked. From a position across the yard, suddenly it was right next to me, looming over me at an impossible height. All my control failed in an instant. I was utterly powerless in my own lucid dream. My ears pounding with a keen ecstatic as a fear more pure and distilled than any I'd ever known in the waking world flooded over me. I tried to wake up, but couldn't. I tried to scream, but couldn't. All I knew with absolute certainty was that I was being punished for my arrogance, and I had no choice but to endure. An eternity later, I was mercifully allowed to wake up screaming again, and I didn't sleep the rest of that night, for fear of what would happen. Eventually, whatever was stressing me out in the waking world passed, and the nightmares ended, and soon thereafter, the Slender Man fell out of public consciousness. I never dreamed about it again, but to this day I don't try to lucid dream. If I ever realize I'm asleep, I just force myself awake, for fear that I'll run into that entity again. So, I'm actually afraid to lucid dream. Most of the time, in fact, 99% of the time I never remember my dreams, and even when I do, it's like this vague sensation just after you wake up. Maybe I'll remember for a minute, and then it just slowly fades away. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. I think maybe that's the case for most people. I don't know how common it is to really remember your dreams. Maybe if you actively try to, like I know people have dream journals, they wake up and they try to write it down, which is interesting, but I never have nightmares to my knowledge, and I'd rather it stay that way. If I try to force myself into my subconscious, I don't know what's in there. I mean, probably isn't nightmarish. I don't think, even when I was a kid or teenager, I did remember my dreams more. I don't recall ever having maybe one nightmare in my whole life, so I'm really lucky on that way. So if I force myself to be an active participant in my own subconscious, what would I see? Maybe it would just be an endless buffet of Subway and Chinese food or something, I don't know. Maybe I should lucid dream then. Case file number 3151, written by Anonymous. The Darkness in the Dark. I used to live in a haunted house. Every morning at about 6:30 a.m., footsteps could be heard in the back room. I called out to those footsteps one day, and he started walking towards me when they got to the doorway. I jumped out to confront it, and nothing was there. One night I couldn't sleep, so I started cleaning the house. I was in the back room at 6:30 a.m. A hand reached out from underneath the bed. It felt like a skeleton hand grabbed me by the ankle and tried to pull me underneath the bed. I was 350 pounds. I jumped up and stomped down, trying to crush it. Then I heard scratching coming from underneath the bed. I flipped the bed over, and nothing was there. Then I started hearing scratching coming from underneath the sink. I opened the cabinets and nothing was there. Then I heard scratching coming from underneath the tub. I then left and went to my parents' house. I told them what had happened, and they insinuated that I'm delusional. That's when I lifted my pants leg and pointed to where the hand grabbed me. It looked like somebody with very thick fingers, like a farmer, had grabbed my ankle. This house used to be surrounded by farmland. Another time, headlights could be seen through the window. When I pulled back the curtains, there was nothing there. I called out to my roommate and asked him if he saw those headlights when I pulled back the curtains. I asked if you could see anything now. He and his baby's mom started to freak out when I went out to check it along with him. It was darker than usual as a winter, around the dark side of the house. Something walked out from behind the tree about 3 feet tall with pointy protrusions coming from its head, and it seems to be walking around on backward knees. It was about 3 feet tall, and all that you could see was a darkness darker than the darkness outside. I couldn't even see my hand on my face because it was so dark, but this darkness in the dark made the shape of this 3-foot-tall thing. It jumped at me, and I slashed at its throat with a knife. Then I heard the roommate screaming on the other side of the house. Then his scream was cut off in the middle. I went around the house to check on him. If there was another one of those things there, whatever it was turned off the floodlight on the lit side of the house. When I found the roommate, he was a brown Puerto Rican man who had turned completely white out of fear. When I went up to the second thing, it stepped behind the tree and the floodlight came back on. This place is a cottage behind the main house in Fremont, California, at the corner of Osgood and Washington. Shortly after this, the house flooded and everyone had to move out. Case file number 3152, written by Das Weaver, Phil's Firebird and the Fractured Timeline. A month ago, I experienced a glitch that was both so esoteric and so trivial that even my best friend thought I was out of my mind. I'm going to slant this towards people who don't give a flying fluck about vintage electric guitars, so if you're a guitar nerd, bear with me. The guitar is a '63 Gibson Firebird 7 in cardinal red, and the artist is Phil Manzanera of Roxy Music. And I own a '63 FB3, and it sucks dog balls, and so has every Firebird I've ever played. I have lusted after a specific guitar, played by a specific guitar player, for half a century. I know every detail of this guitar. I've been obsessed with it since I was 14 years old. It is gorgeous, it is iconic, and dear God, I have wanted it. I would have killed for this guitar, even though I know the actual guitar is actually a terrible guitar in terms of ergonomics. Somewhat less than a year ago, I had an opportunity to buy a Gibson custom shop reproduction of that guitar. It wasn't exact, it was a reproduction of a '64, not a '63. Either way, a real one would cost close to $250,000. It was expensive as crap, but I had the cash, and fluck me, I've wanted it for half a flucking century. The catch, and this is important, it was a reproduction of a 64, again, not a 63, a 64. I've known exactly what guitar Phil Manzanera has played since I was 14, a 1963 Gibson Firebird 7 in cardinal red. So, I got the guitar. It's awesome, except for some guitar esoterica that you don't care about, and the fact that the headstock is all body color. It's a 64, not a 63, so there are differences, but Gibson doesn't make a reproduction of a 1963. As far as I've known, for half a century, all Gibson Firebirds have the raised portion in the middle of the headstock colored black, and Phil Manzanera's was the same, cardinal red with the raised headstock portion black. This sucker has the raised center portion cardinal red like the body, so not exactly like Phil's. Whatever. I'm a little disappointed, but this is pretty much the guitar I have lusted after my entire life, so I'm also pretty stoked either way. Now understand, I have both Phil Manzanera's memoir and his big disc set and book, 50 Years of Music, which has, as a centerfold, a picture of that very fucking guitar. And in both, every picture of this guitar has the black on the raised portion of the headstock. So a month or so ago, I woke up and did my usual Saturday YouTube crawl, and Phil made a new video talking about this guitar. And here's the important glitch part. In this video, his Firebird is exactly like mine. I mean exactly. He talks about how it's a 64 and how he got it, etc., because it's an awesome story. I freak the fuck out and go back to all the photos I have of his Firebird, including him with his Firebird, and they're all exactly like mine now. Exactly. They're now all a 64, with the headstock body color just like mine. Just like the one I was disappointed with because it wasn't exactly like Phil's. I have no explanation. There's no fucking way in hell, after being obsessed with this guitar for half a fucking century, I wouldn't know in my bones every detail of it. So, I have no explanation. I spent $8,000 on a guitar that was not exactly like my idol's, but now it is. So glitch, yes, but I'm happy as a pig in crap anyways. I really like your passion in describing this glitch, mainly that you just love guitars and that's cool. I mean, having a passion like that in life is critical, I would say. You don't even have to be amazing at it, you just have to, what do you live for? For me it's food, so I have a passion for that, and cooking in a certain way. Although I'm no master chef or anything, I just enjoy eating really at the end of the day. But yeah, you got that tiny difference that indicates quantum immortality. You died and switched universes, and you still have that passion here. I think when you fuse with a different copy of yourself in a different universe, you still maintain the primary function, because if the universe was very similar, there's only tiny differences, then the you in that universe would be very similar too. I do think there's a blending, but if you're both so close together, then it's not a big deal. The blending might lead to schizophrenia or dementia, maybe, in my view, as a possible reasoning for it, for why that happens, or even split personality, if you're mixed with a different version of yourself that is very different, so a universe very distant. The blending doesn't happen smoothly. There's jagged edges, you could say. Case file number 3153, written by Candy Red 1, Cursive in the Void. I had one glitch after all these years and it was so pointless? Why? What does it mean? There has to be some meaning behind it. I have this plaid-like checkered multicolored little box with fabric covering the entire thing. It's about 4 inches by 3 inches and just opens and snaps shut. There was no writing or marks, just fabric. I had this new gold paint pen, and one day I decided to write my initials on it in pretty cursive letters. 3 letters. I made the first 2 touches, the J and R. I didn't like it that way, so I turned the box over and wrote my initials again with all the letters having a space, the same fancy cursive. It did look better, so I wrote my initials on both sides. I am 100% absolutely positive of this. The very next day, I go to grab the box from up on my closet shelf because I store some little earrings in it. I put it down with the rest of my stuff for the day, makeup and such, and as I set it down, something catches my eye. It's blank. There is no writing, no gold initials. I quickly flip it over, and there are the first set of 3 initials I wrote with the letters touching. I sat and turned that stupid little box over and over and over for I don't know how many times, just speechless. What the actual? I know I wrote on both sides, and it was just the day before. Why? I'm not remembering wrong. I know this is what I did, no doubts at all. It wasn't washed. It wasn't even anywhere anybody could have even touched it. My closet I keep locked. And why would anyone do that anyway? They couldn't have either, because it was a permanent paint pen with gold paint, not a marker. What does this mean? It is that much more creepy and unsettling, because it's so random too. Reality is just not the same to me after this. What else is happening we can't see or understand? I've had a lot of paranormal things happen throughout my life. I even saw a full-on ghost of a man once. Then years later I saw a demon, and many other strange things that were not of normal life. But for some reason, because this is so insignificant, I just can't. Case file number 3154, written by Baby Even the Losers. The Nightstand Pact. 3 related glitches. Worked in an art gallery for 6-hour-long shifts. I'd start a shift by dusting and end one by dusting again, as the front doors were always kept open to encourage foot traffic. There was always a thin layer of dust. I came in, my coworker left for the day, and I dusted. Customers came in about 30 minutes later and touched a display of less expensive sculptures, and the display needed to be reset. When I picked them up, they were covered in an even layer of thick dust. Not only like when I had dusted them 30 minutes before, but also as if no one had in a full day, just like when I got on shift. Full déjà vu as I redusted them. I was in a rush to get to work on time one morning, and knocked something off the nightstand, and of course, it fell behind the nightstand, and I'd have to move it if I wanted to get it. I didn't feel like dealing with it and said, "This is for future me to handle," and left. That night I was getting ready for bed and groaned at the idea of still having to move the nightstand. Except the knocked over item was back on the nightstand. I lived alone. Thank you, alternate timeline me. You were a solid girl. Searching for my son's missing glasses. He was in 5th grade and had always worn glasses and never lost them. I looked in the obvious places and eventually found some spares and sent him to school. Came home and tore his room up. They should have been, at worst, on the floor somewhere. He wore them to bed and set them on the nightstand every night. I start freaking losing it, because someone had to be messing with me. I was insane, lifting everything up, even stuff they couldn't possibly be behind. I pulled everything out of the closet like a nut, still nothing. Put everything back and cleaned the room. Then I sat down on the bed and finally admitted defeat. I asked whichever being there is to help find lost things. Help to find the glasses. I was atheist then. That's how far this pushed me. Stood up, turned around, and there they were, on top of the lamp. Not next to it, not behind it. I had already grabbed this thing aggressively to hold it up and show myself there wasn't a square inch I hadn't touched. The glasses were perched on top of the finial that holds the shade up, not hanging from the little bars that would have held them securely. On top of the weakest, wobbliest part that somehow supposedly held these glasses securely in place while I manhandled it. Case file number 3155, written by Strawberry Muffin 22. A Pebble of the Past. For some background context, this happened in 2019, but the story starts in the summer of 2017. So, summer of 2017, I was working at a dog kennel. I had these cute new earrings that were stud earrings with a rainbow gem on it. Very simple. One day, while I was at work, one of the dogs headbutted me in the ear, knocking the earring gem off, and it fell onto the cement. I picked it up inside because I was frustrated since I had just gotten the earrings, but I put it in my pocket to fix later. At the end of my shift that day, I took the earring post and gem out of my pocket and put it in the center console of my car, with the intention of fixing it later. Fast forward a week. I remembered the earring in my center console and went to get it so that I could fix it. When I opened the center console, it was gone, No trace. I looked in every crack and crevice, but I couldn't find it. This made me even more frustrated because now I couldn't even fix my own broken earring. I accepted defeat and moved on. Over the next 2 years, I carried on life as usual, thinking about the missing gem once or twice, but mostly just forgetting about the whole ordeal. It's important to note that in these 2 years, I cleaned my car out and, in winter of 2017, began vaping. I've quit since, so I don't want advice on that. If you know box vape mods, you know you have to regularly change the coils because they get burnt out over time, and I had been doing that regularly. So, fast forward to 2019. I'm driving while talking to a friend who's sitting in my passenger seat. He says something, and I open my mouth to respond, when I feel something fall out of my mouth and into my lap. Immediately I assume it's a tooth, since I have a massive fear of losing my teeth, and I pull over, silently praying I'm wrong. I pick the item out of my lap, and it's the missing earring gem. To this day, I have no idea how that happened, and I'm still absolutely baffled by it. To answer some common questions that people have asked me about this, yes, I am 100% sure it fell out of my mouth. I felt it in there the second before I opened my mouth. No, it was not previously in my mouth. Why and how would I have stored a missing gem in my mouth for 2 years? No, it was not lodged in my sinuses the whole time. The gem was about the size of a pebble, so I would have definitely felt it. No, there was nothing else in my lap or the car seat that I could have mistaken for the gem. I had cleaned my car a week before this happened, and I distinctly remember there being nothing else in my seat or lap that it could have been. No, it wasn't in my vape when I took a hit. It would have blocked the airflow, firstly, and secondly, I would have noticed since I had taken a hit of my vape a minute or two before opening my mouth to talk, and I didn't feel anything in my mouth. Plus, it would have been fully inhaled if it was in my vape, and I would have felt that too. A very unique DOP story, returning story, with the object reappearing in your mouth. Why not? It could reappear anywhere. Thankfully, it didn't reappear inside your body. Could that happen? What if you had a DOP event, you lost your earring, and then it reappeared inside your heart, or inside of an organ, or just floating in your blood? I mean, this would be too big for even your artery, but if it can appear in your mouth, it doesn't seem like there's any limit to where it can reappear. Well, maybe it does have to be empty space, even inside your mouth. There is a pocket of that, just atmosphere, so I guess maybe that is a limitation. I've never heard of an object appearing inside someone else. So hopefully, that's a limit. Case file number 3156, written by Outside Exercise 4720. A chill at dusk. Grew up in the country, in a national forest. My older brother had a friend that lived half a mile away, so we'd often walk to meet him halfway at a creek before going back to his place or ours. One night, he's a little late, so we walk the second half to his place. We have a pizza and start the half-mile back to our house. It was just past dusk on a humid summer day, and as such, fog gathered off the ditches and, of course, the creek. As we got closer, I saw a little girl in a white dress hugging her knees on the bank. One of those blink and you'll miss it moments. As such, I didn't mention it, but it put a chill down my spine. We get to our driveway soon after, and my brother's friend blurts out, "Did any of you see that fucking girl?" We all saw her and said nothing. We freaked out, hurried back to the house, but we had to walk past when my brother's friend went home, so we got flashlights and looked for tracks or flattened grass. Nothing. Now the really strange part. That Christmas, my brother got a Ouija board. I knew he used it to torment me. As a little brother, I was suspicious of every trick and prank there was. Skeptical, obviously. Well, one day, we all asked the frequent nice spirit about the girl. Lost necklace, logger's daughter, drowned. We had found all sorts of logging antiques building our place. It hadn't been developed before, and we were actually only the second owner since it was logged. Spikes, broken saw blades, a stuck log sled buried in the mud, old brown glass bottles. We knew it was logged and that a camp was in the area, but families didn't follow loggers to the lumber camps. Whatever. Never read more into that story from the Ouija board. Years later, like in my 20s, I'm reading up about the logging industry in northern Wisconsin when I found a story about one of the men that bought up thousands of acres to log, Jacob Spies. I've been on Spies Lake, etc. I knew of the name and that he owned a mill. What I didn't know is that he traveled with his family to visit various camps, and on one such excursion, he lost his daughter. I found an article about the tragedy, but it didn't mention how. Out of curiosity, I looked it up and sure enough, our property was one of the areas he had purchased. I'm a highly rational person and take reasonable actions to explain events, but there are a few times where I never could, and this was one of them. Case file number 3157, written by Hold the Door, When Reality Missed the Frame. I live with my wife in a small apartment behind my parents' house. In front of both houses, there's a shared courtyard where we park. The yard narrows towards our private gate that leads to our door. I usually park closer to the street, and my wife parks directly in front of that gate. There's no space for two cars to move at the same time, and no blind spots. If her car is there, I can't miss it. Timeline: 1339. I go to the little laundry house, shared a space a bit away from the main houses, to put clothes in the washing machine. Our outdoor camera records me leaving the house with the laundry basket. The camera only shows our door area, not the yard or gate. 1342. My wife arrives home with our 10-month-old daughter. The camera records her coming from the opposite direction, the one that leads from the yard and gate, and entering the house, meaning she has already parked her car, taken the baby out, and crossed a yard. 1345. I come back from the laundry room. The camera records me passing in front of the door and walking toward the gate to go back to my car and head to work. I open the gate, step out, close it, and the yard is empty except for my car. My wife's car, which should be parked right in front of the gate, is not there. I remember this clearly because I walked in a straight line to my car. If her car had been there, I would have had to go around it. I got in my car and left for work. Minutes later, my wife texted me a photo of our baby sleeping in her crib. I assumed it was an old picture from earlier that morning, maybe from a short nap before lunch, so I replied asking if she had slept for long. My wife answered, "No, she just stayed asleep after I got home. I carried her in from the car still sleeping." I then asked when she got home, and she says, "Just before you left. I even thought it was strange that you didn't come back in to give me a kiss." When I got home, I checked the camera footage again. I left for the laundry at 1:39. My wife entered the house at 1:42. Me passing back in front of the door at 1:45. The timestamps are exact. The camera is Wi-Fi connected and synced. There's no other way into our property, no angle where I could have missed the car, and physically, two cars can't cross in that space. My wife says she parked in her usual spot and even noticed my car was still there when she arrived, but when I walked out, her car simply wasn't there. It's been bugging me all day. If it were a timing issue, a delayed video, or bad memory, I'd accept that, but the footage matches both our recollections perfectly. The only thing missing is her car. Case file number 3158, written by NC Fetshow. Lost, requested, returned. I dropped my phone in the living room, next to the couch. I heard it fall, didn't bother getting it at the time, and was reading a book. I got up to go outside, reached for my phone, and it was gone. Looked everywhere, even places it could not be. I asked politely for it back. I needed it for work the next day. Finally, I said, "You can have it for now, but I need it back before 11 a.m. Next morning, looked for it, around 10:30. I went across the street to the Quickie Mart, and when I was in my car, I looked at my phone holder. My phone has to be set a certain way in it so I can reach the button on the back, and said, "Man, I wish my phone would just appear there." Went in and came out of the store, said I really needed my phone to just appear in my phone holder. Back home at 10 minutes to 11, did one more look around, yelled, "Well, it's almost 11 a.m., where's my phone?" Went to the car, got in, and there it was, right in my holder in the car in the exact way I have to position it. And it was dead. I just took it aside to get my charger in total shock and said, "Thank you," and had a totally silent drive to work. I didn't even have a single thought. I tried to tell my friend at work what happened, and she said, "So, ghosts?" I don't even want to hear it. And that was the end of that. Case file number 3159, written by representative number 1787. $1,000 miracle in the driver's seat. About 3 years ago, I was working for a real estate company, and I lost my key to the building. Now, the deal was, if you lost the key, they had to replace all the locks and all the employee keys, and they would charge $1,000 to you for the inconvenience. Whether that was too much money or not is irrelevant. They wanted to deter people from losing keys. Anyway, my key was missing for a few weeks, colleagues let me in during the day, and I was given an ultimatum: find the key by tomorrow or you owe us money. So the next day, I go to get in my car and go to work. My car is parked in the garage in our house. I live in Australia. This is very normal. It's very secure. I open my door and realize I'd left my phone back on the kitchen bench. I shut my door, go get my phone. I came back to my car, I opened the door, and sat in the middle of my seat is the key. Nobody was home, nobody could have put it there previously. It's my car, nobody else drives it, and I'd been driving it for weeks. I don't carry a bag, so it didn't fall out of anything. It was originally attached to my car key, so absolutely could have fallen off at any point, but that doesn't explain how it was just there, on my seat. I very loudly said, "Thank you," because I don't know, maybe it was a ghost or a glitch was watching or something. But I went to work and showed the office people my key and saved $1,000 in pain and suffering. Yeah, $1,000 for losing the key is definitely a deterrent. I would say excessive, but I guess if they have to change all the locks everywhere. Although that's kind of paranoid. I mean, unless the key is labeled with the business, there's no way, even if someone finds a key, they're not going to know what business it belongs to, what it unlocks. Same thing where I think most parents are like this. If they give their kid a key and they lose it, they have to change the locks. Like the criminals, they all know it's our house when they find it. I don't think they're going to know. Case file number 3160, written by Roxa, area code fear. When I was in high school, early high school, I'm sure, because I distinctly remember being too young to get in the car and leave, I started getting calls every time I was home alone. The supposed reasons for the calls were innocuous, but they were also different each time, despite the fact that they came from the same number. In about a 2-week span, my parents took my siblings and left me completely alone 3 or 4 times, and in each case, I would receive a call within 30 minutes asking to survey someone. The first time, the caller claimed to be with the CDC, and I answered honestly, telling them I couldn't participate because I was under 18, and also that there were no adults around that could answer in my stead. After hanging up, I realized what I had done, effectively telling them that I was a minor, home alone, and that the number had a local area code, which didn't make sense because The Walking Dead had taught me the CDC was in Atlanta. I locked all the doors and windows and spent the night upstairs. After that, I refused to answer, but the timing of the calls led me to believe that the house was being watched and that if I wasn't careful, I would be taken or something. I tried to call them back once, with my dad present, but I got an answering machine that said the number belonged to a cleaning company. After that 2-week span, I only received one more call from the number. It came during a family gathering, just as I finished telling my cousins about the strange calls I'd been getting. One of them took the phone and claimed that the number belonged to a business, and I never heard from the number again. I tried to point out how strange the timing of the calls was, but most people agreed it was just a prank caller. It may well have been, but even after all those years, that feeling of being watched is still a fear of mine. Case file number 3161, written by Talkie Talk 33, Beneath Blarney Castle. First time ever telling this story publicly. We were college students touring Ireland, 1993, visiting Blarney Castle, in the late afternoon on a rainy day. A few friends and I decided to explore the dungeon prisons on a dare. Beneath the tower house, we found a dark, unlit labyrinth of underground passages and chambers. Mostly inaccessible, they were beyond where any normal person would ever want to go. As we ventured deeper within, the walls and ceiling closed in on us, and the tunnel got smaller and much, much darker. We couldn't see anything at all as we crouched and went further in. We eventually crept slowly on our hands and knees in total darkness until we found the chambers of what was the castle prison, and there were iron bars blocking our way. At that point, we turned around and made our way out of the tunnels. After a long, slow return back, I thought some light had entered the area because I could see the faint, pale white silhouette of one of my friends blocking the path in front of me, who had stopped for some reason. I called out to him, and he answered, but his voice came from much further away than what I saw in front of me. I cautiously reached out to touch the person in front of me, and my hand went through the figure. I froze as the figure quickly turned its upper body toward me and swung his ghostly head to look me in the eyes. 3 or 4 seconds went by before I was able to move. Someone ahead said something, and I realized I had to do something. So I continued on the path, moving directly through the ghost, my eyes to the wall to avoid looking at it. I quietly made my way out of the darkness and eventually emerged outside the castle to meet with my friends. Everyone laughed at the craziness of what we just did. I said nothing to no one about what I saw that day, and didn't tell the story for many years afterwards. Still gives me the chills to think about it. Honestly, I never believed in ghosts or spirits until that day. Okay, so this is a rare ghost story where you actually interact with the spirit, or at least you try to. Of course, your hand just passes right through it. Not many stories where the ghost or spirit passes through, or you pass through it intentionally, or even accidentally. And you didn't describe feeling cold or anything, so I wonder what's going on with that. I mean, it may be possible that those cold spots aren't always applicable. Maybe they relate to when the spirit is trying to siphon energy from you, but doesn't necessarily involve passing through them. Case Follower 3162, written by Slide Practical, 8198. A Passport's Secret Journey. I traveled for work about a month ago, and used my passport card as identification to get through the TSA checkpoints at the airports. On my trip home, I showed my card at the checkpoint and then put it back in my purse with the intent of stashing it back in my wallet when I sat down, so I didn't hold up the line. I sat down at the gate and opened my purse, and my passport card was nowhere to be found. I checked my pockets, looked in every pocket in my purse, and nothing. So I went back to the checkpoint, thinking I must have dropped it and hoping it was turned in. Nope. When I got home, I dumped my purse out just to make sure I hadn't missed it. It wasn't there. As I was getting ready for bed, I noticed a little white envelope sitting in my dresser. My passport card. How did it get there? I didn't put it there. Okay, so this is a glitch where it's a DOP event, very common, but I just love it when they happen in a way that is almost impossible for any mundane explanation to exist, because you had to have the passport card to get through the TSA at the airport. There's no other way. You had to have it then, 100%. And then you didn't have it. Okay, well, if you only lost it, that could be explained. Maybe someone stole it from your purse, you were pickpocketed, or you just dropped it and someone took it and didn't report it. That is possible, but it returned to you. In an envelope too, which is weird. I wonder what entity decided to put it into a white envelope just for aesthetics or to make it grandiose as a return. I don't know, but the fact that it returned and that you had to have it initially, a perfect glitch, I'd say. Small but perfect. Case file number 3163, written by Glittering Trip 2176. A leaf that didn't land. I just got out of the shower and was getting ready for bed when I noticed a pimple had formed on my chin. I grabbed a sleeve of pimple patches and stuck a pimple patch onto my newly formed pimple. As I got to put the sleeve of pimple patches back into its pouch, it falls out of my hand. I watched the sleeve of patches fall, similar to how a leaf falls in autumn, sways back and forth before hitting the ground. My bathroom counter drawer was open, the one that holds all my skincare products. I watched with my own eyes the sleeve of pimple patches completely disappear right before hitting the drawer that holds my skincare. I emptied out the whole drawer that was opened, thinking it could have slid between my jars and bottles, and my eyes must have played a trick on me. Nope, no sleeve of pimple patches in sight. Then I looked around my bathroom, not very big, underneath the rug, in the trash can, behind the door, anywhere it could have fallen. Nothing. Case file number 3164, written by Fanny Fox. A tiny piece of impossible. So, I have this backpack I've had a good 7 years and traveled the world with. An Osprey Farpoint 40 liter. And this has 2 zips for the main space that opens all the way to the sides, so the bag can open out like a suitcase. About a year or so ago, I noticed one of the plastic zip pulls that's threaded onto the zips had come off and disappeared. It annoyed me because it now meant that zip had to stay in the farthest corner and I had to open the bag with one zip, which was annoying because you couldn't just open the bag a little bit at the top to put something in. You had to unzip it all the way, which meant putting it on the floor to do so, otherwise everything would fall out. Well, now, the missing zip pull is back. I went on a trip last weekend, and there it was. It makes no sense. The only plausible explanation is that if someone took their zip pull off their Osprey Farpoint and put it on mine, somehow, when I wasn't looking. Why would anyone do that? Case file number 3165, written by Hedgeberry, 5 strokes away. I almost drowned trying to swim across a lake as a kid. Middle of the day, busy lake, but most people were around the edges. It was about 0.5 miles across. I was younger, maybe 16. I swam out alone trying to cross it. Got to the middle and was running out of breath. I scanned all around to see if something was nearby, and the only thing I could see was a buoy about 20 strokes away. I couldn't make it, so I called for help. It was far enough away from the shore that no one could hear unless you shouted at the top of your lungs. There was a guy, though, suddenly, 5 strokes from me. He called out as soon as I said help. He was in the middle of the lake as well, and saved my life. I just don't understand how he happened to be there, and how I never saw him. He said he began swimming out to the middle as soon as I did, and said he was worried I wouldn't make it, which is just so crazy that he just happened to be there on purely intuition. I didn't hear or see him prior to him calling out, and I feel like there were multiple times I stopped to tread water and see how far from shore I was. My siblings also swam across the lake at the same time I was, but we were all in different parts. I was the only one who almost didn't make it, out of the 4 of us. It just doesn't make sense unless he was swimming underwater the whole time. Yeah, you could say it's possible someone was just trying to look out for you, a normal human being, but as you say, you paused for instances and you didn't see anyone else, unless you were talking about a lake that had massive waves, where they were obfuscating the view around you. But presumably was relatively calm, so you could see all around you. You would have noticed and heard someone swimming near you, near enough to save you. So again, unless, like you say, he was just swimming underwater the whole time, which would be weird unless he had a scuba mask or something, could have been a guardian angel, for sure. Case file number 3166, written by Nerdcore314. Oh, pie. They didn't blink. Back when I was delivering pizza in South Carolina, some of the driveways were long into the woods. At night, I turned into one of the driveways, not completely sure if I was at the correct address, because they were not labeled well. I drive up this driveway, and there is a truck blocking right where the driveway leads to the rest of the front yard, and I think I see people in this truck. So I assume they are waiting for me. I pull all the way up so my headlights are right in the windshield of this small truck, and there's an old man and lady in it. They do not move in the slightest. I'm waiting to see if they make any gesture that would indicate I'm at the correct place, but they never move an inch, not even to shield their eyes from my headlights. I stayed there for a few seconds, looking these 2 old people dead in the eyes as they just stare back as blankly as possible, before I get creeped out and go to the next house over, which was the correct house. I thought for a second they could have been mannequins, but there's no way. I was looking at them too hard and for too long. Time for the jokes of the day. Yesterday, a cop knocked on my door. They said they were looking for a man with just one eye. I told them it would be more effective to use both eyes. Asked what the Wi-Fi password was at a funeral. They said, "Have some respect for the dead." It was the wrong password. My wife found out I was cheating on her after she found all the letters I was hiding. She got mad and said she's never playing Scrabble with me again. I found out my girlfriend is really a ghost. I had my suspicions the moment she walked through the door. I had a flatmate who was a dyslexic, agnostic, insomniac. He would stay up all night wondering if there really was a dog. The title for the 10th Fast and Furious movie leaked today. It's going to be called Fasten Your Seatbelts. Breaking news. A man was admitted to the hospital today with 25 plastic toy horses inserted in his rectum. Doctors have described his condition as stable. My wife beamed with pride and said, "I never thought our son would go so far." I said, "Yeah, this trebuchet thing is amazing. Get our daughter." Hopefully they have a soft landing somewhere set up. I was engaged to a girl with a wooden leg, until I broke it off. The grocery store had a sign that said, "Free fish," but I wasn't excited. I knew there would be a catch. Dad, name a country without the letter R in it. Son, no way. I was sitting drinking coffee in my slippers this morning when I thought to myself, I really need to wash some mugs. Ugh. Bleh. Get yourself a mug. 77% of people are idiots. Fortunately, I belong to the 33% of intelligent people. Wait a second. Customer, this steak is practically undercooked. Do you serve all your steaks like this? No, sir. It's extremely rare. Fun fact. Koi fish always travel in groups of 4. If attacked, koi A, B, and C will scatter, leaving behind the decoy. Nice one. I, male, was born in 1961 and watched my first pornographic film yesterday. I admit I was truly shocked by one thing. I couldn't believe how young I looked back then. Take your brother to see a movie for his birthday. Keep him out until 2 while your father and I set up his surprise party. That was the day I realized my brother was a favorite twin. I met a beautiful woman at a bar last night. I felt a real spark between us. Well, I call it a spark. She calls it a taser. Both accurate. My wife seemed disappointed with the plate of dried fruit I served for dinner. She's the one who's always going on about date night. Hey, I like dates. I wouldn't want them for dinner, but I would just eat them. It's a problem with me and snacks. I try to buy snacks that'll last a week, and they're gone the first day. Same with dates, same with chips, same with any treat. As my daughter headed back to college, she said, "I promise I'll call you later." I put my hand on her shoulder and said, "Just call me Dad." One of my friends became an Egyptologist. The only way he can make a living is by becoming a PhD and teach others to become Egyptologists too. As far as I'm concerned, it's a pyramid scheme. Why is the last letter of the alphabet black and white? Because it's a Z, bruh. Got fired from the gym because I couldn't bench 30 pounds. Had to put in my 2-week notice. Yeah, understandable. I was out walking and saw a guy carrying a Scrabble board. He tripped, tiles went everywhere. Couldn't help myself. I asked him, "What's the word on the street?" Did you hear about the vampire who went 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 before biting his victims on the neck? They called him Count Down. My girlfriend saw me buying 2 handguns from a T-Rex and said, "What the hell was that?" I said, "He's my small arms dealer." I heard that icy is the easiest word to spell. Looking at it now, I see why. I said to my wife, "There's only one thing that scares me during Halloween." She said, "Which is?" I said, "Exactly." My wife told me I should get cremated when I pass on. She said it was my last chance to get a smoking hot body. Paleontologists recently unearthed the largest tibia ever recorded. It was quite the shindig. I told my coworker the exciting news that my partner and I are expecting. She goes, "Oh, do you have a midwife?" I'm like, "No, she's actually pretty amazing." I paid $300 to rent a limousine, but that didn't include the driver. All that money and nothing to show for it. My Australian friend told me that he has a half-brother. I said, different dads? He said, no, shark attack. Brutal. The only trustworthy person to keep a secret is your husband. He can't repeat it, since he didn't listen in the first place. A student asked his teacher, Mrs. Taiwan, is that really your last name? She said, actually, it's my made-in name. Video up here, YouTube thinks you'll like it. Check it out. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe. I'll see you guys next time.